Test. Fuck, I need to make coffee. It's coffee time, chat. It's coffee time. I'm making a mess. Chat, we're also making coffee. Be right back. Hello, y'all. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get some people in here. Let's get some debates going. What's going on, dudes? Where is my chat? There she is. Good morning. What's up, Tanner? Blackwell? Hawaii? What's up, Nelly? What's the plan for tonight? IRL cleaning? No, I am making some coffee really quick. We're doing debates, y'all. That's the plan. We're doing debates, and then I'm going to be playing some Final Fantasy much later. Because I need it. Because I'm obsessed. You're going surfing? Nice. What's going on, y'all? Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Is it Wednesday night? It's Wednesday, yeah? Feels weird. Remember when you painted your whole living room neon green? Wild times. Oh my gosh. That is a throwback. Hello?
Hey.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, man, I just got to say, too, I disagree with your prompt. I don't think he sucks at all.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's doing a mighty fine job.
That's awesome. We could talk about that.
Well, you could talk about what he sucks at.
Sure. I think he's a horrible leader.
Horrible leader?
Yeah.
Well, that's just uncalled for. If he was so horrible, then why did democracy choose him twice to be their leader?
For the same reason democracy chooses horrible leaders in history all the time.
And what reason is that?
They were fooled. They were lied to.
Well, what did he fool them about?
Sure. Do you know who pays the tariff? Do foreign countries pay tariffs?
No, corporations pay tariffs. They're the ones importing goods.
So, corporations here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trump thinks they're paid by foreign countries, and that's what he campaigned on.
Well, they pay it too. You know that, right?
Yeah, how so?
Easily. This is what they do. If someone wants to import goods from China and there's a 25% tariff, they pay that then.
No, they don't.
And if China wants to import goods from America, they got to pay.
So U.S. companies have to pay when we buy things from China. So it's an extra charge on U.S. companies, and Trump said is a charge on China. And he still maintains that. In fact, like 2 weeks ago, he's like, if they reverse the tariffs, we're going to have to pay China back all this money. There's not a cent of money or a won that they've sent us. So he's consistently lied to y'all about that. And even Caroline Leavitt has maintained this. So basically, he lied y'all and gave y'all an increased tax and told you it wasn't.
Where's the increased tax at?
It's in the tariff.
Right, but the CPI has gone down.
But that doesn't mean anything, right? That's going to change. That's going to change in a few months.
Right, but the tariff would affect the inflation rate. That would make the inflation rate go
and it's
up.
going to, yeah.
It's going to, but it hasn't. Okay, so
So a
what
magic
tax are you talking about?
15% increased tax just disappears magically in between the consumer and the corporations? Just disappears?
No, the corporations take the hit. Like, as you can see, Ford reported a net loss of $1 billion.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep doing that for charity for us?
No, they're going to start importing from somewhere else.
No, they're going to start figuring out how they're going to start laying people off,
They're
just
gonna
like every
bring
other company.
factories to
They're going to
America.
start shrinking GDP. They're going to start shrinking how much they trade. It's going to affect everybody negatively,
How
honestly.
would they shrink GDP?
It-
How
it-
would they do that?
the
That's up to
tariffs will shrink the
consumers.
GDP, right? The tariffs will slow down trade because there's a finite amount of money being passed around, and when things cost inherently more, it slows down.
All right, so you're talking about a tax that, as we can see, according to the CPI, has not happened yet.
It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. Just because it didn't have any, like literally the tariffs are a month old, a month and a half.
Well, some have been in effect since February.
Yeah, some of them, they've been up and down, and then companies have to decide whether to pass that down to the consumer, but they have no stable ground to do that on. They have no idea what's going to happen in 30 days. In fact, they still don't know what's going to happen in 13 days when the tariffs are due to go all the way away. That's why nobody's making any hard decisions and raising their prices, and they're trying to just hold the line so that smaller businesses suffer through this.
Right. Yeah, well, like I said, man, inflation's at 3%, and it was at 9% under
It
Biden,
was,
and now you
it's
care.
up,
So
right?
come
It was at
on.
2.6, and now it's at 3. What are we doing, man? It is up.
2.6 at what point? It was 3% in January.
In January, wasn't it like 2 point something?
It was 3%. Now it's 2.9% if you want to be real technical. So it's almost the
Inflation.
same levels as when Biden left, man. So like, I don't understand why you mad.
I'm
And
not
saying
mad.
that Trump
I'm saying
sucks.
this is going to happen. I know that it's not showing up in inflation rates right now, but we absolutely do see businesses struggling already. They will be passing this down. They're not just going to do charity. It's their fiduciary responsibility, especially if you're a publicly traded company, to absolutely pass this cost on to. It's like the legal. They have to.
What do you
It's
mean they have
2.9 for the
to?
12 months ending August 2025, with food prices up 3.2 and core prices, excluding food and energy, increasing 3.1%. It's a slight increase from this previous month, but remains well below peak inflation seen in 2022, which is 9%. We're not measuring against that. But we're absolutely going to see an increase in the next few months.
Right. And you know what we saw a decrease in since Trump's first term, and then he just permanently extended those tax cuts. Those are some actual tax cuts, man.
And then we have tariffs.
Right, but like you said, they haven't even affected us yet. If
They
inflation's
absolutely,
still low.
they absolutely will. Like prices are up in some places; they're not everywhere, right? So for you to check CPI on average on all items in the U.S. rather than just items coming from across overseas is also, it's very vague data.
I mean, you could look up the price chart for beef. You could look it up for coffee, for eggs. I mean, don't we import coffee?
Yeah, and coffee's gone up a lot, hasn't it?
Right, and beef. But beef is lower than it was when Biden left office.
Yeah, but Trump didn't do anything for that.
Right, but like you said, it's a tax. You're saying it's a tax that we're paying, right? And it is.
Yeah,
But
but
like
we
still
sell
haven't seen it.
like we get a little bit of chicken and beef from China, but we can definitely get our own beef. That's not a horrible
Yeah,
problem.
local grown. Yeah, so like I said, man, we really haven't seen it, but we have seen those tax cuts.
We
So
haven't
that's
seen.
why Trump is great.
We're supposed to income. most families, most households will see about a $3,000 increase in consumer spending because of these tariffs each year. So unless you're making about $400,000 or more, you're not seeing any sort of net positive from this, as well as just the economy slowing down. And he's fucking up the entire economy. So
I mean, don't you think that's a little strange how like Biden originally he campaigned on only raising taxes for people making over 400K. Now all you liberals repeat the same thing about 400K. Where did you even get that number from?
because there's a chart from the FDIC, or that I think it's not the FDIC. There's a chart from ITEP, Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy, and the quintiles for tax brackets.
Yeah.
They start there. There's one that starts at $360,000 to $400,000. That's what we're talking about. That we do all of the math and we can see that the net gains for anybody under $360,000 is negative, not positive. Well, you can like eat all of this shit up.
Income tax rates were cut. Then how are they negative?
Because it's a trick, bud. It's a trick.
How is it a
He tricked
trick?
you. So he can cut your taxes by 2% and then take away all of your SALT deductions and then take away all the things that make you net positive for the year. But the base rate's cut. Thank God.
Well, he also doubled the child tax credit, and there's many other provisions. I mean,
Do you have kids?
No.
Okay.
Well, that still helps families. I mean, just because
Kamala was going to do $6,000, not
$2. Real
$2.
selfish right now,
Kamala was going to do $6,000, not $2.
dude. Put yourself in like a single mother's shoes right now. That
Yeah,
would help
do it.
them.
Wouldn't a single mother want $6,000, not $2?
But they're doubled exactly.
Okay,
Now you're
Trump
supporting-
Trump is giving $2. Kamala was going to give $6,000. You're
Sir,
taking
they're
trash,
doubled.
and you're thankful for it.
Are you actually joking? Kamala
Yes.
Harris was campaigning off of doubling child tax credits, which is exactly what Trump already
She
did. on
said
his Tax Cuts and Jobs
6,000,
Act.
not double. 6,000. They already
Hey,
did it
bud.
in 2022. They literally did it.
Kamala lost 6 million Democrat voters compared to Biden. Maybe you need to talk to your own group about that.
I think this is just flailing, right? Because Trump lied to get elected. I don't really want my politicians to lie to get elected. Here's the proof. There's the quintile that I'm talking about. The next 4%, $360,000. This yellow means that Trump is going to reduce your taxes if you make this in this bracket, right?
No,
He's going to reduce it, and he's going to increase your taxes in all the brackets left of it, which is people who are poorer. It's wild, huh? It's almost as if we campaigned on this, and I tried to show y'all for a year before the campaign that this is what it was projected to be, and you're sitting here cheering on Trump fucking your taxes up and giving regressive tax rate to very rich people. Cut the Department of fucking Education to give some of these tax breaks to rich people. The tax breaks are so big, it's going to add like $5 trillion to our debt. You guys are so fucking crazy. I guess he ran. Jesus Christ. Chat, tap the screen. We are almost at 10K likes. What are y'all doing? Don't be selfish. Hello.
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter? Oh, we talked yesterday.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
I don't remember. Well, what did we talk about?
I don't remember because I talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't remember ever talking to you. I remember seeing your live, and I was like, this guy looks cool, but I don't remember talking to you.
What do you like about Trump?
I think he's a good leader.
He's a good leader?
Yeah.
What leader qualities do you think he has? Like, I think he's horrible. He's never admits when he's wrong. He blames everybody for everything. He whines about shit. He attacks people on the social media constantly. He's like a vicious, like, soccer mom.
Wait,
He's
what?
a horrible
What's
leader.
Signalgate?
What is Signalgate?
Wait.
Laughing at us. If we're
Well, I don't like Hitler. Not Trump, so I don't care.
real to me, that is a horrible leader. I think that's horrible. Horrible leader. I think that's horrible. Horrible leadership.
Okay, well,
Connected to because they're Democrat. And how we've survived, and we got leaks from
Signalgate was
everybody
leaked
who
by the guy-
survived, and We got leaks
Well,
from
Signalgate was
everybody
leaked
who
by the
get
guy.
each other and making sure they're. We got leaks from
Signalgate was
everybody
leaked
who
by the
get
guy.
each other and making sure they're both doing the right thing all the time. Tons of money, and if you
Like, you know Intel, the company Intel?
yeah.
So he's supporting Intel directly, and then when he did that, I bought a lot of Intel. Now it's up to 35. So I think he's handling Intel pretty well.
So you believe in socialism?
I think socialism can work in certain circumstances. Like we have Medicare and Social Security; those are not really capitalist.
Didn't you guys call Kamala a communist for anything close to this?
No, I didn't like Kamala Harris for different reasons. I thought she was a weak leader.
Oh, I think the opposite. So I think a weak leader would be somebody who has to lash out and who's like very fragile on the world stage. Somebody who would, instead of discussing things and like being diplomatic, he lashes out at them like the country Mattel. He
Intel,
would
Intel, not
no
Mattel. Sorry,
no
Intel.
Mattel.
Oh, what? Like the toy makers?
Yeah, Trump called them the country the other day.
About-
When they spoke out against
Oh,
Trump,
interesting.
Trump goes, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to tariff all of your shit 100% if you move offshore. And what that is a personal attack. That is a childish move. That is not a good leader. That is a weak person. That is somebody who lashes out because of their feelings, using the federal government as a weapon.
So I would say you need to have some strength, right? And so you have to threaten them a little bit. You can't just be like, "Oh, you're."
But that's
gonna
not a
piss
show of
me off?
strength.
Okay, well,
That's a show of weakness.
how's that show of weakness to show?
Because he's
you
a
what you
fragile
can be
man.
capable
Like,
of?
he can be played. Like, if we really wanted to, and this is very possible, like Russia, knowing how Trump acts and behaves, to be like, you know what? I bet we can bait Trump into being mad at Israel. And we can have, like, they could go hire an Israeli politician or a lawmaker to go be like, you know what? Fuck Trump. And Trump be like, you know what? Fuck Israel. Like, Trump would totally do this. He'd be like, fuck Israel. We're defunding Israel. Like, Trump would make entire world political decisions based on his feelings. That's how he's weak.
We'll have to see. I don't know. It's possible. But I think Kamala. I keep saying it wrong. Kamala. I think Kamala has a lot of issues too. Like, if you can't keep your staff, how can you lead the country?
Trump had a 95% turnover with his staff because he had literal problems. They came out and wrote books and said, hey, Trump is a fascist. He's a bad leader. He's a national security conflict. All these people came out and wrote books. Did anybody do that for Kamala?
Well, they don't stay long enough to write books. They get fired immediately.
Nice try. Kamala's been in government for 30. She's been in government for 27 years and been elected to every position she's been in. She's obviously doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, oh man. I mean, I don't know what she's doing right, to be honest. Like, she's not very likable. Like, when I
Trump,
watch
the
Kamala
guy who
Harris-
says that Kamala's not black, is more likable than her?
Well, that message resonated with a lot of people. Not to me,
Yeah,
particularly.
sadly.
I don't want to.
Sadly,
But
yeah,
it
that's
did resonate with
fascist
some
rhetoric.
people. Well, some people who are like of African American descent also resonate with that message because they were like, "Oh, Kamala grew up in like a gated neighborhood. Like, she doesn't really.
You can't be black if you're in a gated neighborhood.
Well, you don't know what it's like to be in the city, right? Like, that's a whole different like universe.
Her dad was
You know what I
Jamaican,
mean?
bro.
Yeah,
You
but
think
she
he
was
grew up
rich. She was like
rich?
a rich Jamaican.
He was not a rich
okay,
Jamaican.
so Kamala did come from a rich family.
Maybe
And
her
allegedly-
Indian. Maybe her Indian
Right,
mother.
well, the Indian mother was a professor, and the dad was like an
The
economist.
dad was I think her dad was a professor.
Yeah, so they both had a pretty good income. And you know,
And
professors, if you're
Trump
tenured,
grew
can
up with
afford
like 6
to-
times more than that, right? Like he got $420 million when his dad passed away. So
Right, but Trump also doesn't market himself as like the average American, right? He tells it to you like it is. He's like, I'm rich. I know how rich people cheat.
I am very rich. That's what he does say. That he is full of himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
Right.
that's a horrible stance. I think Kamala actually did grow up in a middle class family, and there's pictures of it. She worked at McDonald's when she was like 16, 17. She actually did have a normal life.
Well, the sources that I've seen is that that was a lie, but I don't know.
It's not a lie.
I
It
think
was
that would
not
get too
found to be a lie.
conspiracy and like
It was not
I-
like there's a picture of her in her fucking McDonald's outfit.
Well, Trump also worked at McDonald's, just so we're clear. No, just kidding. I know. No. Please, please. It's. Can I get a joking here and there? Like like I'm still trying to have like a pretty like intellectually honest debate. Would you agree? Like I'm still like trying to be intellectually honest.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Well, anyways, so I think like the problem with Kamala is, she just didn't appear to be able to collect herself. Like from what I've heard, she's actually really smart, and she has good policies. But when she gets questioned on things, she kind of like flusters a little bit.
You're
And that kinda
serious?
worries
Are you
people.
fucking shitting me?
Yeah, she
Trump,
did a really good debate
who
against
started
Trump,
screaming about
actually.
cats and dogs when she drilled him on his policy. She said, "Hey, you don't have any policy, do you?" He goes, "Well, I have concepts of policy." And then
Yeah.
after that, he goes, "They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs." He had the whole time he was talking, he had no policy. He talked about Hannibal Lecter. He talked about nuking hurricanes and sharks and batteries. He didn't actually talk about anything. He talked about migrants coming over here and killing everybody. He didn't. When he was faced with hard questions, he blew up. He walks out of interviews all the time.
Well, Kamala like didn't have any interviews, right? Like she had like 20.
She had plenty. She skipped one. God bless.
She skipped a lot of.
She ran a
important
100-day
interviews.
campaign. Trump ran for 3 years. He loves the
Yeah.
microphone.
Well, what do you think about the fact that the Democrat Party knew Joe Biden was very sick and couldn't run again, but still like
That doesn't really hurt my feelings. I think even if they wheeled out his dead body as a corpse and said he's president and did the same thing that they did last time, I'd be stoked because it was a fantastic presidency.
it put a lot of like distrust from like me towards the Democrat Party, right? Because they were telling me that he was healthy, even though we could tell he wasn't.
Do you think Trump's healthy?
He's healthier than Biden.
I think Trump is profoundly stupid, even in his like brightest moments. I think in Biden's like lowest moments, I think Biden's smarter than Trump. Even right now, like you can hear him talk, still functions way better than Trump. He's not a fascist dictator. Still prefer him.
I think didn't Biden call Zelensky Putin, or no, he called Putin Zelensky, and then he was like, Putin did a great job. I love Putin, and then he was talking about Zelensky.
And
that's pretty
Trump did the same thing about Nikki Haley and who else? Nikki Haley and someone else. He did it at the same time. He did the same thing. He does it all the time. He says the most incoherent shit all the time. At the last UN summit, the most embarrassing thing I think we've ever done as a country is have Trump speak this week at the UN summit. And
well, didn't they turn off his teleprompter and then he just like spoke for an hour? That was pretty badass.
The White House was in charge of the teleprompter, but yes, he spoke gibberish for an hour. Yeah.
Well, that's your opinion, right, on the gibberish part.
You want to read it?
I'll read it later. I mean, it's an hour, right? I'll read it later. I just know he spoke for an hour.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you can find a funny clip,
it can only be. What is it? It can only good, not bad. That was a good one last week. Yeah, it can only good. He's talking about acetaminophen.
Well, knowing Trump, that might catch on. Like he has a lot of cool like Trumpisms that people say, like bigly.
It's not cool. I think we're mocking him because his
like,
vocabulary
I think
is.
Joe Biden's best thing was like double chunk chocolate. I think that was Joe Biden's best quote.
I thought that's the Boom Bros.
Like Biden doesn't really have a catchphrase, you know?
Come on, man.
2 scoops.
Get that right, Jack.
That's a good one, actually. Actually, I liked Biden's speech with like we own the finish line. That was actually really good. I wish we had that Biden. That would have been a nice like president to have.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that you guys do look at the very surface level like silly qualities like alpha male, and I use very big large like air quotes when I say that. When you look for your leaders, you don't actually look for policy. Don't actually look for like qualifications of leadership style. I think you like Trump because he's a disruptor, and you can't say the same thing in the same sentence that he's a good leader because he's literally his disruption is being a bad leader. His disruption is
So I
calling
think
people names and calling people shithole countries and making us look bad and saying things that come back to bite him in his ass constantly. He's so toxic. And I was thinking about this the other day. This is how Trump's toxicity just snowballs. Like, he basically, God damn it, this shit still doesn't work. He basically will say something like only criminals plead the fifth. And then your side goes, yeah, fucking criminals. Hillary Clinton's a fucking criminal. She's going to plead the fifth. Only criminals do that. And then Trump comes around and he fucking pleads the fifth. And then we have to go like, hey, remember when Trump said this? And then you guys get mad and you hate us again. This is so toxic. This stems all from Trump. This is why he's a bad leader. He does this with everything.
so. I feel like when Trump lies, it's different than when like Kamala lies. Like I feel like Kamala lies about like very foundational things, whereas Trump's it's like circumstantial. Like Kamala will like lie about like her life, and then
What?
Trump will lie about like little things.
No, Trump lies about the biggest things. He called the woman that he was sexually accused of sexually assaulting. Called her
called her
horse face,
ugly?
not the chosen one. He said he's never met her, and then he pointed out a picture of her and he said, "That's my ex-wife, Marla."
I mean, she did kind of look like Marla in the
So,
picture.
but and in the same sentence, he said she's not his type.
That's true. I mean, we see E. Jean Carroll now, but she could have been pretty attractive when she was
Yeah.
younger. That's true.
Yeah. Making fun of her appearance now is kind of irrelevant, and this is what Trump does all the time. The toxic thing with Abrego Garcia. When Trump made an oopsie and deported Abrego to CCOT for the rest of his goddamn life with no fucking with no due process against the orders of a court to not let him go to El Salvador specifically, instead of rectifying
To
it
be
and
fair,
addressing
they
the
definitely
problem.
did have-
Without addressing the problem, he smeared this man through the media. Said how bad of a person he could be. All of the allegations of him being in a gang, which were not proven, all the allegations that were dropped by his wife, he didn't address any of that. He knew these things too, that they were all allegations, and said he smeared his name in the media instead of addressing, hey, I fucked up. Why did Abrego Garcia eventually come back? Because Trump fucked up.
To be fair, his tattoos were MS-13.
No, they weren't.
Well, M for marijuana, S for skull, and then the number 13. I mean, I
Yeah,
feel like it's a
what is it?
pretty good
How was the
coincidence.
13 at the end? What's the 3? How is the marijuana 3?
Oh wait, let me look up the tattoo again. Hold
This
up.
is what the tattoo really means. It
marijuana's
means,
the M.
yeah, it means smoke weed, get high, praise God till I die. The skull at the end is it does not mean 3. MS-13 does not use symbols
Smoke
either.
weed, get high, praise God until I die.
Mhm.
You know what? You know what? The skull definitely does not mean the 3. Okay, I have to reevaluate. I thought it was a 3. Okay. Smoke weed. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's like, you know, Young Thug. You know how he got off? Because he's truly humble under God. Do you hear about that?
Sure. If you're gonna tell me some rap artist who probably raps about not humble things at all is humble, then sure.
Yeah. I thought that was like a cool like way to like interpret thug. Sorry, that's a tangent. My bad. Like I'm just making observations. So I think you've made some really good points today. I appreciate the conversation, and I hope America is doing well even after all of the policy changes that are occurring right now. I'm a very optimistic person. Like I think America will be okay. The stock market's up today. I think the stock market is pretty important.
It's not a really good indicator very much. The stock market's up every year under every president.
Well, I think like people respond to how the stock is because let's say you have a 401k or like investment, right? If let's say on paper you're up 100k, you might be more likely to spend money. Right?
I mean,
like, if
sure, but
like, even if
that's
it's
not a lot of people.
It's
not
kind
a
of
lot of
like
people.
the tail wagging the dog, right? Like it's kind of the tail wagging the dog, right? It's like
It's confirmation
it's
bias.
backwards, but it's true.
It's confirmation
I think
bias.
it's backwards, but it's true. Like
Anytime I said this during the Biden presidency, you'd be like, fuck off. But Biden had record highs all the time.
Biden did. But I'm saying like in some ways my worldview is how do I say like affected by like this is just me. I could be wrong. Okay. I'm just putting it out there. Like I feel like the stock market is an indication of like people's trust in the economy. And when Trump first
We
put
have a
down the
thing
tariff,
called consumer confidence. We don't need stock market for that.
it might be a little outdated because that's like 100-year-old metric. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like GDP is
we're
a little
bailing out
outdated
the
as well.
economy to the tune of like $30 billion right now. The economy slowed down. Our GDP has shrunk. Our inflation is up, but the stock market, the one thing you have, is something you're looking at, be like, it's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, like if let's say today the stock market tanked 10%, I'd be on here agreeing with you that Trump sucks. Like I would be like, okay, we need to do something about this
Were
shutdown.
you doing that 6 months ago? Because that's what happened.
I did actually. Well, I still agree to this day that tariffs might be bad for the economy.
Yeah, they're real bad.
Yeah,
And that's like
but
a
I'm
big,
also hopeful.
it's a real big, like, horrible hole. And like I like Trump, but he's single-handedly from a piece of paper from the Oval Office controlling the world economy, and everybody has to go kiss his ring if they want to be able to continue doing business. And I trust him with that.
Right.
I don't trust him with that.
I think like he's in office right now, and that you and me, like we can debate this and we can plan for the future, but we can't change our present. You know, so like
Yeah.
I'm saying like from like a everyday perspective. My perspective is I'm gonna watch it play out, and I'm gonna try to position me and my family's wealth like positively. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. All right. I mean,
And
that's a
like
good way to do it. I mean,
my hope,
I
yeah.
prefer to be critical of the people in control of our country.
Right.
I
Well,
prefer
I
to be
think I
critical.
would be voting with you guys if, like, let's say in 2 years the economy still sucks. I
Yeah.
would, join the Democrats and vote them out. But I'm just saying, like, it's a little early to be like so critical. Like, give it a chance.
Okay. That's fair. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you,
All
thank
right.
you. I hope I made a good impression on everyone, and thanks for having me on.
For sure. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Chat, tap the screen. Also have a Cash App and Vim in the bio. If you guys are trying to kick somebody, it's $40. Or you guys can just buy me a coffee, and that would be super sweet. I'd give you a forehead kiss.
Dude, check your messages.
How long are you going to be on for? You want about? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Tacos and forehead kisses for sure. What if we want forehead kisses?
Let's
Line on up. Debo, what's going on, Debo?
What up, Pickles?
Not much.
It's been a minute.
I know. How you doing over there? You gonna live through the cabinet tariffs?
The what?
The tariff cabinets, bro.
Oh, yeah. I only installed Made in America cabinets, bro. It's America.
Okay.
Come on, that was pretty good.
All right.
That was already happening months ago, but yeah.
No, that he literally just put one on there yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, he had imposed them earlier in it was like I think it was March.
It was like 100% tariff.
Yeah, he did. He increased them recently, yes, but I mean, yeah, they've been doing that for a minute. I mean, why wouldn't you tariff foreign industry if you're trying to promote America first?
It's gonna be pretty brutal, man. We'll see how it ends.
I mean, FAFO, so they say.
Yep.
Right? So what do you think? What do you think about this shutdown? Do you think it's going to impact you at all?
It's gonna what?
If it's going to impact you at all, like directly?
Maybe not directly, but I mean,
Right.
Trump's been laying off hundreds of thousands of people in the government, so I'm pretty desensitized to all this.
Do you work for the government?
No.
That was a joke. I know you don't work for the government.
Yeah.
I know you don't have a job, Pickles. Come on, dude.
Come on. My job is mopping floors, Debo.
Mopping floors with those Republican tears, right?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, do you really think that this is an avenue worth going down for Democrats when they already have a super low approval rating in Congress?
I don't know what that really means. what
Well,
route?
I mean, if you already have a very low approval rating, wouldn't you want to implement policy that would actually benefit more Americans than a select few that was already legislation was already passed by the big beautiful bill that they're now trying to go back inadvertently to restructure what has already been passed.
Yeah,
That's
the healthcare is about to take a huge hit. People are about to be just completely fucked off of healthcare. So that's what we're trying to do. We're not just trying to help a few people. We're trying to help millions of people.
right. But the reason that they're doing that is because the tax credits, well, not the tax credits. I can't remember the proper political terminology of what it is, but the Obamacare incentives, excuse me, incentives, are going to be dropped off because in the Inflation Reduction Act that the Biden administration had passed, they revamped that for 4 more years, and now they're about to expire. So that's the real reason the Democrats are really trying to fight for this. And I don't really feel like this is a hill worth unaliving on for the Democrats because they're already, like I said.
They're
So this
fighting.
is
I
what I
think
think.
this is what people want, right? They want Democrats to fight as hard as possible. That's why they're obsessed with the Democrat Party, not because they're not more like Republicans. I promise you that. They're
Well, if
upset
that
with
was the case, if that was the case, then why would Democrats be losing voter rolls in states? They've lost 2 million registration. Like there's 2 million people that have swapped from Democrat to Republican. So if that was the case, don't you think that Democrats would focus more on policy than legislation that's already been passed?
we can do both. We can do both.
How?
Literally, all of the policy that Trump is passing is like the most controversial policy ever. So I don't see how this is a good stance for you. But
Well,
we are trying to fight as much as possible, and this is what's going to give us approval rating numbers, I think.
so you had pulled up not the last person that you had up, but before that you had pulled up, excuse me, the chart of what the tax, like what the tax breaks we're gonna do. Sorry, I got a beer burps. What the tax like brackets that we're gonna affect essentially. Do you remember that graph that you had pulled up?
Uh-huh.
Can you pull it up again for me so I can? I can't see the specific one because there's several of them.
It's
Can
this
you
one.
can you scroll down just a little bit more for me? And then what's the date on the bottom of that?
October
Right there,
2024. This is
right. And when
actually,
did?
it's actually worse now. So this is
Okay.
before Trump did all of the like extreme tariffs. This is before we knew about more than 25% tariffs on China. Now they're 30, I believe, and then we have all of the tariffs on Canada and the UK and the whole world. This only has tariffs for 3 countries on it, so it's even
So
worse.
so how could you base a tax plan off of a tax plan that wasn't even proposed to the public yet? And that's what this
How
graph
come?
is.
So you're admitting that Trump didn't propose his actual plans when he was running?
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is this was projected in October.
Uh huh.
Trump wasn't even elected until
And
November,
what
and
was
then
he?
they didn't.
What was he saying? What he was going to do with taxes? Then did he change his
And
mind?
hold on. And then they didn't even release what their tax plan was going to be in the big beautiful bill until May.
He said
So
he was gonna extend
all
the
of these,
TCJA. These were his proposals. This is what we had to choose from come voting time. Okay, this is what y'all chose. Y'all looked at this and go, "Yep, I like that." Now, if we redid this, it's even worse for you. I promise, because of the
and
tariffs.
how so? And
Because of
how
the
so?
tariffs. The tariffs are even bigger, so it's even more regressive.
So the tariffs have actually brought in Fed. What is it like? It's like is it above 200 billion
It's
at
going to
this
be like
point?
10% of our revenue, which is nothing. Trump's
So
exploded our
then
revenue
that
by
that
that.
would make that would make this graph inaccurate because the tariffs have actually brought in more federal income than what's even projected
This doesn't show
on
income. This shows
this
how much people are getting
specific.
taxed.
Right,
This doesn't
but
show
when
federal
you
income. This shows how much people are getting
hold
taxed.
on,
Just
hold
because
on,
it's generating
let
revenue,
me finish.
you're right.
Go
It's
ahead.
generating revenue, but it's where those yellow lines are biggest.
So this is the thing is when they did the TCJA initially anyway, the projections that came out, everybody was freaking out. They're like, oh, we're gonna reduce federal income through the IRS, which was actually inaccurate up until 2019. It actually it passed the projections by $92 billion that the IRS actually collected
because
under the
of
TCJA.
tariffs. I mean, because of it's because of the inflation.
Inflation never even went above 3%.
It went
under
above.
Trump's entire first term.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking about the TCJA. What
It was
the actual
actually
effects
lower
of it
than that
were.
projection
When you're
as well.
talking about the projections, it went higher because because the inflation skyrocketed the income for companies.
The inflation never increased under Trump's first administration above 2.8%.
Yeah, I
Let's
know.
just call it 3%.
And the revenue when
So-
it bumps up is 2022 when inflation was out of control. That's literally the only time you can see receipts going up. That's when they explode.
And there was a plethora of reasons why that happened. I wouldn't blame all of that on Biden. I'm willing to be at least fair in that regard. I would not blame all of that inflation entirely on Biden, because the only portion of that inflation I would project onto Biden was the third round of stimulus that he
Yeah,
gave.
and we have information on that. It gave us about 2% inflation, and it traded off 10 or 20 years of horrible economic movement.
But on top of that, then they did the infrastructure bill, and then they did the Chips and Science Act, and then
Yeah,
they
but the
did
infrastructure bill,
Inflation
but
then
it was only $1 trillion.
It's
It's $1 trillion. It created tons of jobs.
What did?
And the infrastructure bill, dude.
Dude, they haven't even completed 500 projects of the infrastructure bill. Right now, today, there are not even 500 completed jobs from that specific bill.
Yeah,
And
I
the
know,
reason-
but
hold on.
it's got
No,
hundreds
the
of thousands of people working though. Whether they're complete or not, it's irrelevant.
Dude. That's not even true. They haven't even funded over half of the 500 that have initially been started because of all the red tape that Democrats implement in all of their spending bills. The regulation is what kills Democrats.
What regulation?
100%. All of the red tape. Have you ever seen Jon Stewart's segment with Everett Jones? I believe it was is it Everett Jones? No, it's not Everett Jones. It's he did the breakdown of why when they did the broadband bill of why it was so hard, because there were 17 regulations that they had implemented and how bad it was, poorly designed. Jon Stewart, we would both agree, is not very, I wouldn't even call him centrist. I would call him center left.
Yeah.
Do you agree on that?
Sure.
Right. He's not. So he was like, there was a he did it was like a podcast kind of thing, but they went over all of the 17 rules of what it took for them to implement the broadband. And there's still, to this day, not a single person has received internet from that $40 billion. And they don't even know where the funds are. John, it's a really good.
I'm gonna correct you on something you said earlier. So the infrastructure bill, as of 2025, tens of thousands of projects have been launched under the bipartisan infrastructure law.
I said completed.
Okay, hold on.
I said completed.
Airport terminals, over 200 of the 400 funded airport terminal modernization projects are either under construction or complete. Air traffic control towers, more than 1,600 projects to. I know, but what you're saying is framed very horribly, right? We have tons of things moving, and for you to just allude to 500 projects not being completed, first of all, I don't think that's true at all. We've got thousands and thousands. It's a 10-year project. The Phoenix North Light Rail extension is now complete. The funding has helped deploy more than 4,600 American-made transit buses and 8,900 school buses. Lead pipe replacement, 367,000 lead pipes have been replaced, which benefits nearly 1 million people.
In what cities? What cities, dude?
I don't know. We can dive into that.
Just asking for specification.
I know. We can dive into that.
Argument.
We can dive in. Legacy pollution. The administration's plugged over 9,600 orphaned oil and gas wells. Broadband. Eureka, Montana. Businesses have been connected to high-speed fiber internet, and through a project funded by U.S. Department of Agriculture. So Eureka, Montana. Wow, just Eureka, Montana, though.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is like, and look, I can agree that infrastructure is important. I can agree that connecting broadband would be important. I don't think that broadband is the federal government's job to deploy upon its populace, whether it's America, anywhere in the world.
I think it's fucking
I don't.
brain dead.
I don't
I think it's a
think the
brain dead
government-
position.
Why
wouldn't you
is
want
the
your
government-
country
why
to be
should the gov-
up to par?
Why should the government be responsible for that?
You want your country because your country benefits when everybody is connected through the internet. We're far more productive. It's like having streets. It's like, why would we have streets? It's the same thing.
Okay, let's do how many cities don't have broadband in America?
I think internet's probably even more important than streets at this point.
Why did it do? Well, I'm just saying, like, and I've never really even thought about this, but it's like approximately 11% of households do not have internet access, which translates to millions of people living across without broadband connectivity. However, the specific number of cities without broadband is not detailed in available sources.
Yeah, so like, what if a kid out in rural fucking Texas wants to go to online college, but they can't because they have dial-up? I think
we have this
better.
one thing. It's called Starlink.
Oh, yeah, it sucks.
And you could do it.
Fucking dick.
It does not, dude.
I have
That
it.
is such a farce.
It
And that's
sucks.
because you guys hate him.
No,
That's 'cause
I
you
have
guys
it.
hate
I
him.
have it. I have the speed test for you. It sucks. Big floppy donkey dicks.
Okay, what MBS are you pulling off of?
So
right now?
it promised 150 symmetrical MBS. I get fucking like 40 up. I'm sorry, 40 down and like 5 up. I can't even stream on it. I bought it
Okay,
just for that.
Right, and I don't even live in. I live
in
wouldn't say,
Dallas and I have a beautiful roof with a fucking. It's pointing into clear sky. I'm in the center of Dallas.
Okay, I'm just saying there's cities that don't even have 40 MBS.
That's a
Right?
shame.
So-
That's a matter. It's
so that would be
it's a matter
better-
of getting
that would be-
twisted pair to their fucking.
Okay,
like,
but I'm
who
saying-
doesn't want that?
Okay, but what I'm saying is if you live in like a metropolitan area and you're only getting 40, but you could get Starlink for $500 and the government doesn't have to spend 40 billion when you already have infrastructure in place.
Starlink,
no, I'm
you want
just
to
saying-
monopolize it and give the richest man on earth even more of a monopoly over American infrastructure?
If you make a better product than what is already existent, that's
Yeah,
capitalism.
you already
baby.
do. Yes,
Yeah, it's called
hardwired is
Tesla,
far better.
SpaceX,
It's far
the
better.
Boring Company.
Dude,
I mean,
one satellite is $500.
right.
It's not cheaper.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is, if you buy the little receiver and the dish, and it's like $600 at Costco, right? To get Starlink.
Yeah.
How much would it cost you to go dig a trench, a 40-mile trench from a rural area, and you got to do each trench independently?
But
per
that's
house?
permanent. It's there
You're
forever.
It's
permanent.
You're going to spend astronomical amounts.
It's
to
permanent.
connect
It's
very few
infrastructure,
people.
and it could be used for so many things, not just
For-
internet.
For a city of 100, you're going to go spend $100 million.
Yes,
to
so that
connect?
that city can
That's
expand.
ridiculous.
If that city
That's
now has broadband, now businesses
Internet's
that are not viable without broadband can go.
Internet and make them prosperous.
Absolutely, you cannot even industrialize a business without have a point of sale about it.
Dude, you're telling me Podunk town that has 100 people with the canes in it? You think internet's going to solve that problem,
Yes,
dude?
yes, it
It would take
industrializes.
half the
It's
town
literally
just
like
to-
most foundational fucking
Dude,
thing I can think of with
it already
infrastructure. I
exists,
can't
though,
believe,
bro.
Debo, you can't, dude. This is the most boomer stance I've ever heard, talking about how
I'm not-
broadband
don't
shouldn't.
insult me like
This
that.
is
you asshole.
this is so bad, Debo.
That was actually funny.
This is like when my grandpa told me how texting is stupid.
That's not.
This
That's
is
not
so
the
bad,
angle,
dude.
You're manipulating. That was actually funny, dude. I'll give you credit on that one. That was actually pretty funny. And I'm not a boomer, dude. Come on. I'm
I
Gen
know, but
X,
it's
bro.
stop
Let's
giving me
go.
some boomer takes, bro.
No, I'm just saying you don't have to spend 100 million just to give 100 people internet. That's stupid. That's not boomer. That's common sense. I know Democrats are short in supply of common sense in today's era.
Give me a
And yeah.
break,
Hey, that was
Debo.
shots fired. Come on,
Give me a
was
break.
clap back. Give me.
I
come
will
on, bro.
fucking chihuahua your ass right now for that.
Come on, dude. Like, if you could dish it out, you better be able to take it, right? That's what the old boomers used to say.
Hey man, we got our lead pipes replaced from the infrastructure bill this summer at our house, and it went through a state program. I'm in Minnesota, but it went through a state program. So you should, if you have lead pipes in your house, you should check to see if they have something going on through that.
And
It was
dude,
like 11,000
when
bucks.
when Pickles had brought that up, I mentioned, I was like, look, dude, that's great. That's beneficial. That's the overall well-being, the health. Like lead is not good. Like I gave credence to that. That wasn't ever my point. I'm just saying like the way the way that they set up all of these infrastructure bills, the broadband, and in the way that they imply all of the red tape is to, this is the problem with our government is it's not efficient. They spend more money in bureaucracy than they do in getting the project done, dude. Like
So
Pickles, did you ever do any kind of government projects when you were
Yeah.
in? Were they not the worst, dude?
Yeah. It was bullshit. But I get it. I get why that's all there. When Trump comes forward, it's like there's all sorts of this fraud in the government, and I'm like, no, there's not. You motherfucking idiot.
Come on,
I've worked for the
dude.
government. I can't even no, absolutely not. A board of people have to sign off on every check, and it takes 6 months.
That's what makes it so insufferably terrible. That is literally what makes it move so slow. That's why
They got
government
the
moves
work.
slow.
They got the work immediately.
Yeah, but then they have to have 5 administrators just to handle the payroll,
That doesn't
all
hurt
the
them.
red tape. What do you mean? Dude, if I go build a house for Joe Blow Schmo and I don't have to do government and I don't have to have 5 administrators, my profit margin is way bigger in the private sector than it is in the government. That
Yeah, I know,
absolutely
because
hurts
government
industry.
jobs are openly bid on, and it's
Well,
more
every
competition.
job, dude, every job in construction is that's why construction is in the toilet right now, is because everybody takes the lowest bidder and they suck at what they do, and therefore they're getting the lowest bidder, and then they just have nothing but problems. Come on, don't act like that doesn't exist, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's not everybody, but sure, that happens.
Yeah, it happens a lot, and that's why construction is suffering right now. Because they always do the cheapest, lowest bid so that they can make the most, and then their jobs suffer.
Dan, I appreciate you. Is there anything else we want to say real quick before I drop you?
yeah. So I'm just gonna say for what it's worth, like the ease of us getting our pipes replaced was the city guy came and looked at it, sent an email, and then some guy came like 2 weeks later. that was about
That's
it.
awesome. Great.
So, I don't know if it's a Minnesota thing or how they
Minnesota.
Minnesota. All right. See you guys later. Thanks.
All right, much love, Dan. Thank you.
Bye.
He's got that thick Minnesota.
Well, Debo, I don't know. I feel like it's unfair to frame Biden's infrastructure as some like blah. There's only 500 things done. I think it's silly. I think Trump is out here having a hell of a go at it, and it's even worse. I think we can just look at the administration with
example.
the okay. Fuck, what was it that he just did that was hilarious? Oh, the the South Koreans at the car plant that ICE arrested and tackled because he's got them raged up so hard with quotas to catch people. They jumped and tackled like fucking 500 South Koreans who were training people in a car at like car manufacturing facility, and now they got deported, and South Korea's like, yo, by the way, get fucked. Like, we're not doing it.
Oh, is that why they turned around and said that the chips thing, if they don't give us 50% of the superconductors, that we're just not going to give them defense anymore? Is that what initiated that?
I don't know. I haven't
Yeah,
heard that
who's
part. I thought you were talking
who's
about. I thought China's getting semiconductors.
Who's getting fucked?
I thought that was China with the semiconductors, not South Korea.
Yeah, well, when China comes and kicks her door in, we'll see who's getting it.
I don't know. Yeah, that was Taiwan.
Oh, it was Taiwan. Dang it. You're right. But still, like, and oh wait, hold on. who gave Hyundai that tax incentive?
Was it Biden?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And how much do you know how much he gave them?
How much?
I think it was like 14 billion
Okay.
under the CHIPS Act, right?
Uh-huh.
But like when we're getting all of our minerals from that country, the INA, you know what I'm saying? Uh, right? Like we're
Hyundai's
not
South Korean.
that's not helping American industry though.
Hyundai's South
I know,
Korean.
but I'm saying for the batteries, for all the processing, for all the minerals to get all of those batteries up and running, you're totally lining the pockets of China.
We're trying to do our own batteries too.
I know, but all the fine, dude, they own all refining comes from there though, dude.
We didn't we just get a bunch of lithium from South America?
I mean, dude, we have one of the largest lithium deposits. I believe it's between Oregon and Nevada
Yeah,
in the world.
it's in the fucking it's in the fucking
What's
Grand Canyon though.
You know what I'm talking? No, it's on the northern side of Nevada. It's like the largest.
It's like protected land, right? It's like federal
It's in
land.
the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's literally in the middle of nowhere, dude.
Yeah.
But it is massive. But we don't have any way to refine it. We can go and mine it, but that's the thing. Is like if you want a country to do any kind of mineral processing or mining or oil drilling, you want America to do it. We're one of the only countries that have an EPA. So we do it cleaner than anybody else because of all the restrictions that we have.
Well, we do for now.
What do you mean?
I mean, you guys, we just pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord again, didn't we? Like, we are not incentivizing anybody to do
Okay,
anything
what
clean.
was the point? What was the point of that, dude? Like, how was America benefiting from that?
We were funding a goal
Yeah, we're
of
throwing away
we were
billions.
we were funding a goal of becoming green and incentivizing other countries. Like, here, this is what a leader is. This is what we do. We're gonna do this. We're chipping in.
Bro,
You should do it.
bro. But we're paying all of these countries to go green on non-reliable
I think we were
energy.
paying like 20%.
It doesn't matter. What were we getting out of it?
We were
Even
not going to have an existential crisis of the world, not just
you
like
really
it
think,
fucking being covered in water.
bro, you really think okay, if I want you to do a little experiment for me, Pickles. I want you to take a glass of water and then take a huge handful of ice and put it inside that glass of water and then fill it all the way to the brim. And if that cup of water spills an ounce of water, I will give you a galaxy. And the reason I'm using this analogy
Dog,
is
no.
because the density of the ice is already buoyant in the water. It will not overflow the rim of the
Oh
cup.
God, dude, we can already see the ice. We can see the water levels rising. There is a huge thing in Antarctica it's a huge iceberg
Yeah,
that
it's
we've been tracking with satellite that is slowly melting. And if we
from the
lose
bottom
that,
up.
we are going to lose. Yes, we are going to lose
So if
inches
it was
of
global
shoreline.
warming,
We don't
if
have
it
the
was
same
global,
surface tension as a glass of water, and when ice melts,
okay,
it loses density. So we're talking about a glass of water versus like an iceberg that's fucking sticking way out of the ocean.
the if it was melting due to global warming, would it not be melting from the top down,
I
not the
don't know if it
bottom
melts
up?
from the top down or what.
It is melting from, that's why there's massive underwater rivers all over Antarctica because bro, this has to
You
do with the
think that
pole
we're not
shifting.
going to see
No,
any sort of
no.
water?
No, the reason I think so is because we're getting way more efficient. Technology is surpassing all of this, bro. Like
No, it's
think of
not. I just
think of
used
no,
5
hold on.
gallons of water to fucking chat GPT something for you.
That's not true. But no, so what I'm saying is in the 70s, bro, we used to put lead in the fuel, and that's why we run unleaded fuel now, is because it's way more efficient on the environment to not. So I'm saying technology is getting better. The cars, mufflers absorb a lot of the carbon. The catalytic converters are
Oh
absorbing
my
a lot
god,
of
we
those
can
more
track
heavy.
the carbon in the air, dude. It's because we're sucking
Bro,
it out
it
of the air
has.
because we believe it. Bill Gates and people who actually believe in this are spending hundreds of millions and billions of fucking dollars sucking the carbon out of the air. That's why. It's not because we have catalytic
So then,
converters.
no, but I'm saying all of it together, technology will resolve the issue. I'm not saying it's one thing or the other, bro. Cars are getting more fuel efficient.
You guys are
We have
fighting us
electric cars.
tooth and
We have
nail on making electric cars. You guys want your you guys don't believe in
What
this
do
at
you
all.
mean?
You
We
guys
love
hate
Elon.
it.
We love
You guys,
Elon.
I don't see how that even
You
works.
guys were burning the dealerships down. What do you mean? You
I don't
guys are
see
the
how that
ones that
even
hate
works.
Tesla.
Elon
Yeah, I
hates
don't
Trump,
either.
but you love Elon.
Idolized. Biden was giving you guys $7,500 tax credits under Elon, and now you guys are burning those same dealerships to the ground.
It wasn't just for Elon.
Hey,
Hi, infectious.
Well-
can I demonstrate something about science? You know your little ice water experiment in the glass of water? What important part does that leave out?
Tell me, dude.
Thank you, bro.
How about all the ice that's on the land?
Oh my god, dude.
How about the ice that actually sits on the dry shit?
Have you ever seen
Your experiment doesn't take that into account, does it?
Are you gonna let me respond? Have you ever seen a map of all of the ice sheets that have melted in a oh my god, I can't even say it, Antarctica? There is a huge
And they're accelerating.
One of the largest reasons that, well, on top of it being on the South Pole of the Earth, is because all of that ice formed because of all the huge vast bowl in the mountain ranges that all exist throughout Antarctica, and it started building on top of ice, on top of ice, on top of ice. It was like, dude, that is like the densest
And
argument.
how does that negate
is
what I
such a
said?
thought.
How does that negate what I said? I mean, it's
Because
your
that's
stupid
how the ice
experiment that I'm
formed.
just
That is
pointing out
literally
a
how
fact.
the ice sheet formed, dude.
Do you
Tell me more,
but
Mr.
that still
Science.
does
do you
not negate
deny
what I
that the
said.
sea level has risen already?
Okay, if this, well, yeah, of course the sea level has risen, but
From what?
Sicily is already underwater.
From what?
Amsterdam, they've been having windmills there for millennia.
From what
Like,
though, Debo?
Please don't pivot to windmills, please, dear God.
From what? Why are they underwater now?
Sorry, I can't hear two people talking. What did you say?
Why are they underwater now?
What? They've been underwater, dude. Amsterdam's been underwater. That's
What
why-
happened?
Well, I mean, it's below sea level.
Debo.
Okay.
This is why you're in construction. God damn it.
So I just want to.
Dude, they've had windmills there. This
I'm
has
just
been
gonna-
happening for thousands of
I'm gonna-
years.
cut right
I'm
in
sorry.
here.
Come on
Hey,
in. Come on
so-
in, Artemis.
No, you're good, Pickles. Yeah. So there's.
Oh, you're gonna
been this
dogpile me,
understand-
Pickles? Come on, dude.
No, he lets up people who actually know what they're talking about. He
Oh,
not only
please
Pickles know,
enlighten
but
me.
we also yes.
I already
so
got
you
one of
keep-
your guests on mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. There's a reason Infectious is on mute.
You're
Yeah,
next.
so you think that the raising of sea levels is just due to melting ice?
What
Is
else
that
would
what I'm
make
hearing
it?
from you?
What else would make it go up?
You know what thermal expansion is?
Oh boy.
No, please
Oh,
enlighten me if you
enlighten the
do.
chat, would you?
No,
Let's
no.
hear it.
If you know what it is, please tell me.
Oh no, this is your rodeo. I'm just the clown. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just here to see what you know.
Well, you're here to
It's
enlighten
usually pretty
us.
important in the construction industry.
Go ahead. No, I'm waiting for you to enlighten us with your grace of knowledge.
Yeah, so when we have heat getting trapped by greenhouse gases, okay? Just like when water heats up, its molecules become more energetic, causing it to expand and occupy more space.
They call it steam too, right? At high temperatures.
No, that's not it's not becoming steam.
No, I said at high temperatures. That's what creates steam.
But that's not what's happening.
Oh my god. Okay, go ahead.
I just explained it to you. The ocean absorbs over 90% of the heat trapped by greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Because the oceans are absorbing that heat, it is making the water molecules expand and become more energetic, which is occupying more space.
Yeah, same mass, higher volume because it expands.
Yes.
Same thing as concrete. Like concrete, that's why we put the lines
Rebar.
in between the panels on concrete.
You know that rebar expands the exact same rate concrete does? Fun fact.
Yes, it does. It's made specifically to do so. Because otherwise
the
it'll
reason that
break.
this like frustrates me so much, right, is because when you're looking at something that is moving slowly, of course it doesn't seem like it's something that is going to impact at a magnitude that's being discussed. But this has been happening for so long that when we look at cities like Venice and we look at all of the cities on the coastline where Americans live, I live in a wetland area that will not be here in 50 to 60 years if we continue.
Al Gore said the same exact thing back in, what
And
was
he's
it,
not wrong.
Okay, hold on. In 1998, he said that the world would be underwater. And then you had AOC, like you've had all of these people say this for
He
millennia.
didn't
And then,
lie.
hold on. And then in the 70s, they were worried about global cooling. And so, like, this whole, the environment has always changed. That's why they had the big
Not like
famine.
this.
They've
You know,
had the
Debo,
big famine in the
I understand what you're talking about,
1800s.
brother.
And
I
they
understand
had
what
the
you're talking about,
potato.
but let me give you an example. Let me give you an
let me
example that
finish?
might answer this
If
question.
you guys are gonna look, I didn't interrupt either one of you guys.
Okay.
Let me finish.
No,
So
I want to stay on the same track you're on.
so what I'm saying is the climate on the Earth has never been the exact same for millennia. It's always changed. Climate change has always existed. And what people have done is they have always migrated. Now we have a lot more people on the earth. I get that and I agree. But to sit here and pretend that humans are making this massive, enormous fluctuation is not true. You can look, like, humans aren't responsible for the pole shifting. Humans aren't responsible for 1,500 earthquakes 3 weekends ago. Like it's just not. We don't have that big of an impact on the environment. We just don't.
Okay, Devo, let me use an example real quick. Do you remember back in the 90s, they started talking about the ozone layer, right? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Talking about holes in the ozone layer, right? They're
Yeah, it
talking
was in the
by the year
Antarctic
2000 or
range.
2010 or something like that. We were going to have this
Right, yeah.
huge hole in the ozone layer, right? And then
Right.
we never heard about it again, right? Do you know why?
Well, that was because of Freon and refrigerators and some of the
It was
aerosol
because of
cans.
Freon. Yes, it was because of
Yeah,
CFCs.
we were
It was because
correct.
of things that we had in aerosol, in Freon,
Right.
and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
guess what we did? We outlawed all that stuff.
Yeah.
So now no more CFCs in those aerosols. And guess what happened? It went away because we stopped the source of the problem.
Yeah,
These
and
things don't just go
technology
away because they're not real. These things go
technology
away
cured
because
that.
we see them, we acknowledge them, and we do things appropriately. And then we stopped them. We stopped them from happening by an actual effort from us. Humans did that. Humans stopping CFC production caused that to happen. So you
Yeah.
cannot sit here and tell us that humans don't have an impact.
We also used to put lead in gasoline. We no longer do that because it was horrible on the environment. There's a lot of things. We used to burn coal. Everybody used to have coal
You
furnaces
literally just
instead
sat
of
here and
Yes,
made the
and all
argument
of
that
these
humans don't
things,
make an impact.
all of
And
these
that's
things are
what I'm
things that
saying.
we are preaching today. Still, like, we're trying to do more, and you guys are still fighting us on it. That's what we're
No.
saying.
No, what we're saying is we shouldn't be spending hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars on technology of or energy that is inefficient and not reliable.
We should spin it
That is
on
not an intelligent. I'm
spin
not
on
saying we
ice.
shouldn't. I'm not saying we shouldn't have green energy. What I'm saying, we shouldn't be transitioning to a rate that is not sustainable
We're not
for
doing that.
modern society.
We're not doing that.
Yeah,
No
we
one's telling us
oh my
to
God.
stop. Like
Bro,
even Biden
California
ramped
just
up
said,
oil.
bro, California literally came out and said, we're having brownouts. Stop running your ACs. And then and then then the very next week, they came out and made that they're going to have only EVs in 2035.
Well, then
But they were
tell
just a
Trump to
week
quit
prior to
making
that
deals to
saying that they were
export all of
having
our
brownouts
LNG.
and not to run your AC.
Then
Like,
tell
that is the
Trump
dumbest
to quit
thing you've
making
ever.
deals exporting all of our
God.
liquefied natural gas. Tell him to quit doing that. Why did he
Methane's
just make
way
a deal
more.
with the EU to sell $750 billion worth
Okay.
of LNG when our
You
entire
can't.
exports for last year was only 53?
Let Artemis speak.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to point this out because a lot of people get upset when the graph stops here because they always talk about, well, what was it like before? This is what ocean temperatures were like before, okay? And when we started advancing in our technology, which added more pollutants, which added to the thermal expansion in the ocean, we are now in an upwards trajectory of higher temperatures.
So from 1940 and 1980, you had reductions, and you're only pulling off of 200 years of data.
How do we get
And you have
before
40
that?
years
Let me
in
ask you a
that
question.
200 years. Hold on, you have 40 years in that 200 years of very influxed data.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. How do we get the data from before 1880? Let me ask you that.
People wrote it down on sheepskin.
No, that's not how we do this. So do you know what ice
I'm
core
being
samples
I'm being
are?
obtuse intentionally.
Yeah, so you don't know what an ice core sample is, nor do you know how we
I
gather
absolutely
those.
do. And yes, the ice core samples of 200 years had way more carbon than what we have today. So spare me.
But no, I'm talking about previous data past 1880
Yeah,
when we're looking
and
at
I'm talking
temperature
about
fluctuations.
200,000 years ago. The carbon in the air was twice as heavy as it is today, and that was naturally occurring.
But we're not just looking at carbon.
Well, that's what you just said. That's how we did it before 1800s. So I'm using your own
No,
argument
I'm talking
against
about
you.
now. Like when we're looking at
Oh
what it
my
was then, we
God.
have to pull out large ice core samples to analyze as we
Yeah.
go down them.
And we had more carbon in the air back then than we do
Where
now.
did I mention that? Where did I talk about carbon?
In the ice cores that you're referring to?
I'm talking about when we look at the different fluctuations of what was in the atmosphere to make temperatures increase or decrease.
Correct. And when you are stating how did they do that prior to the 1800s, they used ice core samples.
No,
And
no,
in those ice core samples that go further back, we had more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than we do today. That is
was it
a simple
trapped?
fact.
Was it trapped?
It doesn't matter if it's trapped.
Yes, it does.
Dude, the only way it gets trapped is over time because that is how it works.
Oh my
And there was
goodness.
far more carbon in the air than there is today. And
You can
humans
tell
been
it's
on the
icy
earth
because of
dioxide.
the way it
I
is.
just didn't even know that. Carbon and
Go ahead,
carbon
Pickles, what I
dioxide are
couldn't
not
hear.
the same thing. Holy hell. Look at a periodic table, please.
Right. How long have human beings been on the planet?
350,000 years.
Right. And they have ice core samples that go back 10,000 years. They have core
Yes.
samples that go all the way back to I mean, they go all the way back. But
They
even
don't. They do
then,
not go back 4 billion years. No, they don't go far
I
that
didn't
far
say
back.
4 billion. I said 400,000. I didn't say anything above 400,000 at any point. And even if you go
Pickles, can I
back
get
that
big screen real
400,000
fast?
years, there was way more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than there is today. That is a fact. And that is
That's not
because
what I'm talking about,
the
though.
Earth naturally emits more carbon monoxide and methane than humans do by far.
Am I going
By
to have to
far.
bring out a
Pickles,
chemistry
could I
book?
get the big
Do I
screen
need
real
to
fast
write
here?
down that carbon dioxide and carbon are not the same thing? Where am I
No,
losing
carbon
it?
No offense,
dioxide. Oh my
DBO.
God.
I'm looking back. Hold on. I'm looking back at carbon
You're saying
dioxide and
greenhouse
atmospheric
gases.
carbon
What are
dioxide
those?
emissions going back to 1750. In 1750, it was roughly, 280 parts per million?
Right.
Now it's upwards of 430.
Right.
So you are absolutely wrong.
And
This is
200,000
going all the way
years
back
ago,
to
it was in the
measurements taken
900s.
from core samples going all the way back to 1750. So to say that 200 years ago they're higher than they are now is absolutely false.
I said 200,000 years ago, dude.
Well,
They
first
were
you said
they were
200
around
years ago.
940, and people were still walking on the planet. And we had way more influxes of temperatures and famines and all kinds of things further back than what we do now. I'm not wrong. You guys can sit here. You can look this
No,
up.
guest actually. So Neely actually does make a point. This is where people have had a big misunderstanding. We're at the tail end of an ice age, is why the world is heating up. But when
Right,
we
that's
talk about heating
naturally
up, that
occurring.
doesn't mean that everything is getting warm. We're
That
talking
is
about
naturally
that.
occurring.
Where did I say it's
And
not?
I looked it up. Around 200,000 years
Modane just
ago,
super
it was
chatted
roughly
$10.
180 to
I don't
200
agree
parts
with
per
most of
million.
your opinions. I do respect what you are doing. Stand behind your opinion, and agree to disagree. Sorry when I disrespected the live chat.
Thank you.
That was kind. Thank you.
And a DBO 200,000 years ago, it was between 180 to 200 parts per million. Now it's over 400. You're
And
wrong.
where are you getting these?
200,000
Where are you
years ago,
pulling
it
this
was that
from?
low.
Where are you pulling this from?
That is from NASA, actually, and from the NRDC.
Okay, here I'll
That's from ice core analysis.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're telling no. So I want to stay in. Okay. So you were just stating that we're coming out of an ice age.
I said that.
I know that's I'm speaking to you. So you were saying that we're naturally already coming out of an ice age. The planet's been overwhelmingly
For an
heating
extremely
up
long time.
over the past 10,000 years, correct?
So you're gonna let me explain. So we know, due to past understandings of the workings, where we've looked at different ice core samples, we've also looked at with radiometric dating and things like that. We understand that there is a specific flux that happens on the Earth when we go in and out of ice ages. We know how these happen. We know what can cause sudden changes of events, which would cause mass extinctions. We know like what happens because we can look at the past. What we are seeing is a huge increase in time that is between those events, and that is why we're talking about the human element of it, is because when we look and go, why did this mass extinction event happen in this time period, we go, oh, there was a mass eruption, or oh, there was famine, or oh, there was a meteor that hit the Earth. But when we look at our time period, we go, the only thing that exists right now that could be causing it is human beings.
So would you? I'm sure that you've heard of the Ring of Fire, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of the Ring of Fire.
So that the Ring of Fire has been far more active over the past 80 years than it had been in the previous. I believe I'm going off of memory here. I believe it was 500 years. And that the poles have been shifting at a faster rate. Right now, the Earth's core, they're not saying whether or not it has stopped rotating and it's going the other way. They're still trying to figure all of that out. But the magma pool that designates where the North Pole, where the poles are, is shifting at a dramatically high rate, and they don't know how or why.
Politely, I'm going to ask, what the fuck does any of that have to do with what I just said?
Because the magma of the core's Earth is actually what makes the ring of, like, that's what correlates
What does
the ring of fire.
tectonic plate shifting have anything to
I'm
do
explaining
with
it
the
if you'll
fucking
allow me to,
atmosphere?
because if a volcano erupts, it emits far more CO2 in the atmosphere than cars do, planes do, than humans do. One volcano eruption emits far more gases into the atmosphere than humans do in a
Depends on the
very
type
short
of
period of
eruption,
time.
depends on the type of volcano. But once again,
Correct.
what does any of that have to
Correct.
do with the atmosphere that I just mentioned when we're talking about tectonic plate shifting?
Because the atmosphere is altered by volcanoes. The
Not to
ash,
this
all.
extent.
Oh my God. Okay.
No, we actually know this because we know what the atmosphere looked like after Vesuvius erupted. We know the difference between when a huge volcanic eruption happens that causes such a cataclysmic event that it is marked within the ice core samples and within trees and many other things. When a regular volcano has an eruption, it's not to this level.
Correct, and that's why I was referencing to the Ring of Fire,
The
because
Ring
it
of
has
Fire
been
has
far
normal
more,
volcanoes on it. What are you
because it has
talking
been
about?
far more active. It has been far more active, which would emit far more gases into the atmosphere, which would make the Earth heat up faster over the past 180 years. Absolutely.
No,
Dude.
your facts are trust me, and I don't trust you.
Cool. You don't have to
No
trust me.
offense
I'm
on
not
this one.
asking
Again,
you to trust
DBO,
me.
I know what you're talking about. The Ring of Fire, there's actually two bulges in the core of the Earth's planet. When we look at the core of the Earth, or the core of the Earth, when we look at the core with deep ground penetrating radar, we can see that the core is not perfectly spherical. It has two bulges, one on either side of it.
Correct.
And the projection is that is caused from the impact that caused the formation of the moon. When two cores bop together in the center of the early forming Earth, that it caused these two bulges on either side of the core. Those
They still don't
directly
know how the
above
moon
those
was
spots,
created.
are directly, one side is the Ring of Fire, where we have a lot of volcanic activity. It's where the mantle is thinnest on the planet. That's why that's there. And it's been going on for millions of years. And it is not increasing. I don't know where the fuck you started talking about. We don't know if the core stopped moving or changed position. No, that does not happen. The core of the Earth has not changed the rotation since it was formed. Ever. That's not what causes the magnetic poles to shift.
What
You don't know what you're talking about.
Can you tell me why the poles are shifting then?
It always has
The
happened.
poles shift periodically just because
At the rate that they're moving in the past 25 years? Can you explain?
They're not moving any faster than expected.
Oh boy, okay. I encourage you to look this up because it is absolutely an issue, and that is why the ice sheets on Antarctica are melting from the bottom up, not the top down.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do this really quickly.
Magma pool, hold on, the
This is so
magma pool
embarrassing.
in the crust of the Earth is heating up the Antarctica. It's in Siberia. There's all kinds of hot spots all over the globe, and they can't explain why. In Siberia, it is the largest magma pool that they've ever detected.
Yeah, you know
And
what,
so-
D-Bone, you've convinced me to take diviner rods out to Antarctica and start doing some weird science from the 1900s with the bullshit that you've been spewing up here. First of all, we have a dynamic process where the poles move thousands of kilometers over decades. This happens continuously and has also happened continuously on this planet for a while. I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the core. Same with infectious saying that. By the way, what happens when the poles shift, since you seem super worried about that? What happens?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows if it's sudden.
Wrong again. We do know what happens.
Yeah, we know exactly what happens, and it's not going to affect our lives hardly at all.
It affects,
We'll barely
but
notice
it also affects our atmosphere.
Nope.
It affects the ability
No, it
for.
does not.
It also affects the ability
No,
for.
it does not.
Guys, let me.
And by the way, you're full of shit again. I literally just looked it up. There is no scientific evidence of magma pools heating up worldwide, and the Earth's core is actually cooling down at the normal rate that we've known it's been cooling down for millions of years.
Yep. We know what it does. Two things. It messes with our modern technology and navigation systems and
The
communication.
magnetic field is absolutely impacted
that
by
does
the pole
it.
shifting.
Oh my God. And migration patterns. That's it.
Okay. What do you think the poles? Oh, dude.
No, D-Bone, please tell me. No, get it all in your
What do you-
feelings and tell me all your conspiracy
I'm not
theories.
telling
I'm
you
getting
my
my
feelings.
tinfoil
Like
as we speak.
this is look. This is the rate. Hold on, here I'll pull it up for you, since you guys are really wanting to be educated by a Republican.
Do you think the
on this.
magnetic poles have anything to do with like magnetism?
The
True magnetism, like with metal
magnetic
sticking on metal
field
kind of
of
shit.
the
You think that has anything to do with it?
The magnetic field of the Earth absolutely has an impact on the poles. It has an impact on the way that the sunlight reflects off of the Earth. There's all kinds of impacts that has on the environment. Absolutely.
No, it doesn't. No,
Okay.
it doesn't. The only way it would have an impact is if one of them went. The
navigation.
only way it would have an
It
impact
has
is
an
if one of
impact
them went
the Earth's
away.
interior. Dude,
If one of them went
there's-
away, maybe.
No, if it shifts, dude. Okay. I don't. We're into like Bill Nye the Science Guy hour right now, and I don't really feel like that was where.
Yeah, Bill Nye would be crying.
Well, he
So
actually.
far, it's been Professor Infectious and Dr. Artemis. I mean,
I mean,
nothing.
I
I'm not a
encourage
doctor.
people.
Also,
I
Bill Nye
encourage
doesn't
people to
even-
look into this.
Bill Nye is
this
an
is a much.
engineer, just so you know.
Yeah,
This
he's not
is-
even a
this is-
scientist.
Oh my God, it was like a half candid joke that we got way off the rails of what we were talking about initially is why I said that. But if you guys, I mean, dude, you can go out and look this stuff up. This isn't like very hard to do. It's simple. You can, dude. Even NASAscience.gov flip flop and why variations in the Earth's magnetic field are causing today's climate change. Like you can, this is on NASA's website right now. Like you can go look this stuff up. The poles have
Hey,
shifted.
Fascism.
Let's see. Here, I'll play you this little. Oh crap! Hold on. Gotta turn up my. It's like 20 seconds long. This isn't long.
Hey, Sai, it's been a minute.
So, oh my gosh, why is this? I don't know why my audio's not playing. Hold on.
While you're searching, I would suggest that it seems like you don't grok exactly how it works. Okay, fine. But yeah, the shift in the magnetic poles does have huge implications, particularly
Thank you.
where we are now today as our society, right? But go where you're going to go, and we'll unpack that later.
Okay, so look, this is on NASA's website, right? So this is talking about in reference to the shifts in the magnetic pole locations. The position of the Earth's magnetic pole was first previously located in 1831. Since it's gradually drifted north and northwest by more than 600 miles. This is a far faster speed than increased from about 10 miles per year to about 34 miles per year. The gradual shift impacts navigation most regularly accounted for. However, there's little scientific evidence that any significant links between the Earth's drifting magnetic poles and the climate. So they're saying
Agreed.
that
So why are we discussing
the
this?
poles, hold one more, just real quick. The pole reversal, the Earth's magnetic north and south poles swap locations may sound like a big deal in reversal of the Earth's geologic history. The records tell the Earth's magnetic poles have reversed 183 times in the last 83 million years, and at least several 100,000 times in the past 160 million years. The time of the intervals have been reversals have fluctuated widely between an average of 300,000 years, within the last one taking place about 780,000 years ago. So we are due for a massive, massive pole shift. And this is what has happened within the last 50 years. It's like 3 seconds long. Here,
Wait,
let
so
me put
has
on
it
my.
shifted or has it not shifted? Just real quick.
It's shifting dramatically faster. Here,
You
I'll
said
play
it
it for you.
shifted several times in the last 25 years. So has it shifted or has it not?
I said 50 years. And yes, in the last 20 years, in the last 25 years, it is increased more rapidly.
You know, you can just say that you were wrong because you just read it from NASA that it didn't say
Dude,
that.
So
look.
moving
Okay.
around is not a reversal, right? So it's common that the poles move around. That's by little small increments, sure, but that's not relevant to climate change.
You don't think that the poles have an impact on climate?
I certainly do, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking
That is
about
exactly what we're
human
talking
caused.
about.
No, we're talking about human
Where's a
caused
tropical? Show
changes.
me a tropical region on the North or South Pole. And if you don't
A
think that those
tropical region on
change,
the North or
that
South
wouldn't
Pole.
impact climate. This is not difficult for everyone. It's all
Today, there's
ice.
not a tropical
There's
region
no
on any pole.
tropical forest in the North or South Pole.
Agreed.
So if it shifts and it changes, that absolutely changes everything that has to do with the climate.
But you know, it's a reversal, right? So it's not going to like end up on the equator. It's going to end up on the other pole,
That's
right?
not my argument. The argument is that it is changing and it is changing rapidly. That would have an impact
It's
on
changing
climate.
rapidly, like within a small circumference of like 25 miles or something. Okay, big deal.
It is. It's 600 miles. It has changed 600 miles in the past 50 years. For the
There's effects on like navigation
it
on
only
planes, like
changed about 10
navigation.
miles per year, or about 34 miles per year. But now it has increased in the past 25 years. So if it takes 600 years, and in that 600-year time frame, it only moves 30 or 10 miles, but in the past 25, it's increased
Right.
dramatically. You can't say that
I
doesn't
thought
have
you
an
were referring
impact
to
on
a paper
climate.
about a month ago, which was referring to a change in the sensing of where the poles were. And it was about this sudden flux that happened. And what seemed to be the case was that there was a change in state around the core, go from one mineral state to another mineral state.
Correct. Yes.
And right, so that once it's done, right? So this could be because of the early impact of Theus, meaning the moon, right? Um, or something else, we don't know. But it happened and it's over with. So yeah, there was an event that
But that's what I'm saying.
caused
It's a
a
compounding issue.
perturbation.
It's not just global emissions. I'm saying this is a
Uh,
compounding issue. It's not
well, hold
one
on,
thing
hold
or
on,
the
hold
other.
on.
That is
Where do you
my
get global
entire argument.
emissions from the magnetic state of the Earth,
No,
right?
my entire argument is not just on emissions. That's my whole point. That is my
No, first
entire
off,
point. That
can you admit
there
that
are
you were
nat hold
wrong
on.
about
Hold
the
on.
fact that 200,000
Hold
years
on.
ago, that the CO2 parts per million was not higher than it is today? It was 170 to 200 million parts per million. Let's get it right, right? So you were wrong, right? Can you admit that?
Okay, so my parts per million may be off. That's here nor there. My entire argument here is that there are multiple factors that change the climate. It's not
Sure.
just
And of the
emissions.
multiple factors, one is that we're supposed to be in a cooling pattern right now, as far as the cycles go.
Well, in the
But
night,
we're
go
supposed to be in
ahead.
a cooling period, and yet we're warming, right?
In the past 60 years, yes, we have been warming, but we
In
were
the
in a
last
warming phase.
150 years.
We no no no. We were it from her chart that she had pulled up. We were in a warming phase
Sure.
from
Okay, let's grant that.
1890 to 1940. We were in a heating. Then from the 1940s to the 1980s, we were in a cooling, and now we're back
No,
into a
that's not
heating.
what that showed. That's not what
Yeah,
my,
but
that's
We
on
not
can
an
what that
re-show it,
average,
showed.
but
yes. It. Oh my God, this is so
Dude,
crazy.
you just can't seem to read a graph.
because
It's fine.
Go ahead, pull it
sure,
up again.
because more
Disprove me.
importantly,
Go ahead,
what
pull it
her
up.
data is showing
Go
is
ahead, pull it up.
temperatures, right? So, how do you think ocean temperatures were gathered in the 1800s or uh, 1920s or
Yeah,
1930s? There was a
that's a
deep
great question.
ocean. Now we're looking at deep
Okay,
ocean temperatures, and the deep ocean temperatures are changing relatively highly,
the
right? These are deep
1940s to the
things.
1980s, you had lots of decreased years in there. That's exactly what I was referencing.
So, Artemis, are these ocean temperatures?
Yes.
And those were surfaced ones done in the before that time period?
I believe
Yeah,
Are
that's
they
overall. I don't think that's just surface or
it is
landmass. That
it is surface sea temperatures. If you look down here, annual global sea surface
okay.
temperature anomalies from 1880 to 2015 with
Hmm.
superimposed linear trend, which is what is going to be the line, red, positive,
Correct.
blue, negative.
Right. And
so
from the
more importantly, Artemis,
1940s
can
to
you
the
clarify that the deep
1980s, you
ocean
had a
temperatures are
massive
changing even more
influx.
than that?
I'm sorry. One more time, Sai. I'm sorry.
That the deep ocean temperatures. In other words, we have sensors going down deeper than
Yeah,
the
no, I can pull
surface
those up
temps.
if you'd like me to do so. I can. This was just
That'd be
surface temp.
beautiful because
Yeah,
it
yeah.
would
I'll pull
make
them up.
maybe an impact for this person or the
Yep. Let
guest.
me.
Well, yeah, just move the goalposts from the
It's
argument
not.
to
Wait,
Well,
prove
that's
your
it's
not
not,
point.
it's
moving
Go
the
just
ahead.
different data
goalposts.
sets. It's not
All
moving the
right.
goalposts. It's
Well,
just different data sets. Okay.
well, the argument
Just
was
to have
based
it
off of
said,
her
just to have it
graph.
No,
said
no,
in the
no. Rephrase your
1940s,
argument.
it
What is your
is.
argument?
I'm just saying that it's not one thing or the other. That the Earth has its own way of
Oh,
regulating surface temperatures. We've had. I mean that was in the
okay.
1880s. They had the potato famine in Europe where it was frigid cold. Right. That's how potatoes
No, that was
became
the
like.
potato famine was caused by a virus, which was transported from South America because at the time you used bat guano to use fertilizer. So they took where potatoes came from, and the virus
Right.
already existed in
And
South America.
they
So they
survived
used
off of
this.
potatoes. That's why it's called a potato famine
Yeah,
because
sure,
they
but they, they
lived. That
they
was all
actually
they
by
could
using
grow.
fertilizer they poisoned their
Oh
own
my God.
crops. That's what happened. It wasn't an environmental thing. It was
Okay.
a different thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm pulling up. Okay, so I've got one here that looks at global ocean heat content in the upper 2,000 meters. I'm trying to find a specific graph that shows below that.
And while she's doing that, more importantly, you made, in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, this concept that the climate's always been changing, and Artemis and others and people who are involved in this, Michael Mann, etc., are pointing out that we're talking about changes which are relatively rapid, right? So you say CO2 has been the same for millennia. Yeah, sure, it has been the same for millennia, but it's not now. We've recently gone from 170 parts per million to 450 parts per million. That's a huge thing relativistically, meaning that the environment, the existing organisms don't have time to adapt to these changes.
I agree to that.
Right? So
Especially
that means it's going to be big
plankton in the
changes in
ocean. Yes,
phytoplankton, and it's going to
correct.
change the
Yes,
acidity of the ocean, right?
yes,
That's
I
a
agree.
big thing, right? So we can all
Yes,
agree on that. So there's
yes.
something really big happening. And there's a big question. Do you think humans can make a difference to change that, to
Yes.
slow it down, to reverse it?
But solar panels and wind turbines are not going to solve that overnight.
Not
It's not.
overnight. We probably need better battery systems because solar panels
Correct.
and winds are like
That's been
they're
my
temporary
argument.
inputs, right? And we need that to be available when when those aren't producing
Correct.
energy.
You need
Agreed.
more
Fine.
reliable
And now
energy.
those are graphene batteries, those are magnesium batteries, or whatever it is. But that
Correct.
technology is coming out, right? So
Yeah, but it's
that
not here.
technology is
You
still
can't
important,
hold,
and fossil fuels
you
are
can
dead,
you can't
right?
replace 100 years of infrastructure of fossil fuels just by turning on a solar panel
Well, you know
and a
what
wind
though? We
turbine.
replaced horse and buggy carriages in 10 years
Right.
when we
Okay.
went to cars, right?
Okay. A car and horse and buggy are not comparable to
No, I think it's
solar
exactly
and fossil
comparable, right?
fuels to turn on a light switch.
Because we didn't use fossil fuels to power the horses.
No,
Yeah,
they
suddenly
grew grass to
we
do
expanded
that.
into vehicle use that required an entirely new infrastructure to deliver gasoline to the four corners of the nation.
But the very first
You think
car
that
ever
was
made
cheap? You
was
think that was
electric.
free?
The first car ever made was electric.
That's not way
It was not
industrialized though.
it was
I
not
don't know if that's true
steam,
or
it
not.
wasn't
That
gasoline, it
said,
was
that wasn't where it
electric.
was predominantly used, right? Whether it's
Yeah,
true or
because
not, I don't
it
know.
was still electricity was still very frail. It was still new. It was new technology.
Well, fine. Let's embrace it now.
And it took us 100 years to go back to electric. That is my point, dude. Like I don't even know
So
how
here's
this
what I'm
is even
getting.
an argument at this
My
point.
sort of
All I'm
UT
saying
sort of
is you need
dissected
no,
is
all I've
like
been
you're
arguing
agreeing with
this
our
entire
outcomes with
time
what
is that you need
we're advocating for. You seem to agree with.
I no, I'm saying we need more time to replace infrastructure that has been in place for 100 years, being fossil fuels. You can't
Can
just
we
turn
break
it
down
off.
by what you
Dude,
mean by time?
you gotta let me finish my point. And so Germany tried to do this, Europe, all parts of Europe tried to do this because they were too reliant on Russia to generate their heating systems in their homes because they were relying on natural gas and other fossil fuels. And so they tried to just do green energy. And what did they do? They just fired up a whole bunch of nuclear power plants because green energy does not replace their infrastructure.
Is nuclear bad?
No, nuclear is the most uh, like environmentally friendly fuel that we have.
Well, if we're going to go
Absolutely,
back to the
bar full
politics
stop.
talk, then aren't you glad that the Biden administration passed legislation that cut red tape for nuclear facilities? I just wish
How,
that Trump wouldn't have turned around and undid that.
it wasn't. What bill, what legislation did Biden pass that had
It's
anything to
called
do with nuclear?
I believe it was called the Advance Act. It was a piece of legislation, I believe, that was passed in 23. It was part of another bill. But yeah, it cut a lot of red tape for nuclear facilities and stuff. First time I ever heard about it was from Mr. Global.
It was July 9th of 2024
And by
to
the way,
boost nuclear
China
power
did.
Oh, it was
industry and aims
2024,
to
yep.
support the development and deployment of advanced nuclear reactors stemming
And
from
by the way,
regulatory
China just
process,
took, as
reducing
far as advanced
licensing
nuclear
costs and
reactors, China
promoting
just did a thorium
in
reactor and
international
replaced the salt
collaboration.
cooling system. They did that while it was operating. So they have proven that these thorium salt cooled, not water cooled, very stable reactors, which
Right, and they
can't
can
melt
use a
down,
lot less
can't have the
water.
China syndrome,
Yeah, they
and
can use a lot less water.
and they're small scale. Like you could have
Right.
these in every small city of 200,000, 20,000 or less. They're
Oh
very
yeah, Sai, aren't
effective.
those like the tokamak reactors?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
and they're
But
very
those,
effective.
let's see. It requires the NRC to take a number of actions, particularly in areas in licensing and new reactors and fuels, maintaining the NRC's core safety and security mission. There's
Well,
all
as I
kinds of
understand historically, the United States
this
chose
was
our
hold on,
reactions
this act was
reactors based on the ability to
introduced
produce
by the
weapons.
Senate Shelley Moore Capio in March 2023. The Advanced Act of 2023. The bill was passed in the Senate in June 24.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Do you
So like
stand
I said, it's a
corrected?
good thing the Biden administration actually was listening to people like yourself that are talking about if we're going to go green, we better go nuclear.
I've been saying that nuclear's. I mean, the reason
Yeah. Again, and
Greenpeace
finally an
is the reason
administration
that.
listened to you.
But Greenpeace
And
is
what
the
did you do?
major
How did you treat
reason.
that administration?
The
Did you even know this
Greenpeace.
happened? Did you pay attention?
An area where
Greenpeace.
Trump came out today and advocated
All
for
right.
coal. We're going to return U.S. to producing coal. We're all about coal. The United States is all about coal. You realize that Trump did this like today?
Who is the largest consumer of coal in the world?
It used to be China, but they're backed off of that now.
That's not true. It still is China. It's China and India.
China may still be by
China is
numbers,
still
but per
building.
capita,
I
no, not
believe
so
how
much.
many.
Right.
I want to
And
say this
by
correctly.
2030, they won't even use coal.
That's impossible because the
Oh,
kilowatt per hour off of what it costs to manufacture and produce and maintain a power plant is far lower than any other. That's why coal is so beneficial because it's cheap. It's just dirty.
that's not why. That's why coal has disappeared because it isn't. Natural gas is much more efficient, and it's a
Oh, not
byproduct of
true.
what you do for fracking. So it's a
No, no, no,
byproduct of what we
no, no, no,
do.
no, no,
So
no. They could put scrubbers on coal plants that would reduce the emissions of coal far greater.
that
That's
doesn't
what
make it
got.
more efficient.
Hold on.
We're
That's
not
what
talking
got.
about CO2 emissions. We're talking
Dude,
about
you got to
efficiency.
quit interrupting me. I'm trying to be patient. That is
I'm just
literally
trying
what.
to keep you on the. Go ahead.
You don't even know what point I'm making because you're talking over me. So this is literally what got. God, now I lost my train of thought. Go ahead. Coal can be very
You're
clean.
talking
Just
about
it's
coal
expensive to put
scrubbers.
scrubbers
We're
in it.
talking about coal
You're
efficiency
talking
being
about coal
greater
scrubbers,
than
and they're insanely
natural
expensive,
gas.
and they reduce
Yes.
efficiency.
Yeah, but that's what got George W. Bush Jr. reelected was the coal industry. Was because they came out and said if you don't, because the EPA was going to put all these restrictions and put all these coal scrubbers on the coal plants, and the coal industry came out and said if you do, it will give you, I don't remember the amount of money it was, but it was a ton of money, and that's what helped him get reelected in 2021.
So what I'm hearing is you believe the coal industry had a statement that their
All fossil
product was
fuels
more
have.
efficient. So you
All
trust their viewpoint, which is weighted and biased, right?
Oh no. All fossil fuel industry has had a complete chokehold on American industrial and energy policy for a century now.
It sounds
Absolutely.
like you agree that should end, right?
I don't think you should have any kind of monopoly or stronghold on a free capitalist society. Absolutely not.
Fair. So where do you see it in 10 years ending? Or not ending, just the progress. Because I see certain states have already been able to go almost entirely to renewable energy, right?
I mean, I don't have a problem. What I have a problem with green energy is unreliability. You can't have a modern functioning society on non-reliable energy. That
Meaning
is
that
not
when
a
it's
way
dark or
to
it's not
function.
windy, you can't have energy from these systems. What if battery systems corrected that? Is that okay?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we have vast amounts of open land in America. You could put, like Elon said this multiple times, you could put solar panels. The problem with solar is what do you do when the panels burn up in 30 years? You bury them in the ground. They have no way to resurf or recycle or reuse solar
That's not true
panels
Oh
after
anymore.
they
no,
get.
solar
We can
panels are
recycle
completely
those now, by the
recycled.
way.
Yeah, no, solar
It's
panels are completely
very
recyclable,
expensive
along
and
with
it's
lithium
very
batteries.
dirty.
Lithium batteries are 100% recyclable.
What?
That's
All
correct,
modern lithium batteries are 100% recyclable.
and that's
Okay,
correct.
I
maybe
literally, I
modern.
own a
Yes.
cell
Okay, I
phone
agree
shop.
with that. Yeah,
I own a cell phone shop. I
no, I
take in
agree with
lithium
you. I
batteries
didn't.
all the
You didn't
time.
say modern
I send them
initially.
into a recycler. This whole trope about all these resources that we use not being recyclable is completely ridiculous. Wind turbines, completely recyclable. All of the material that goes into a wind turbine is 100% recyclable. Lithium batteries, 100% recyclable. They're
So
all you can reuse these materials over and over again.
I don't disagree with you. I just want to make my point about China. According
You
to
just said
NPR,
solar panels weren't recyclable, and you were
hold on.
wrong
Well, I no, I
yet
didn't
again.
say, dude. I didn't say that they weren't. I said they are expensive.
They're
You
actually
can't
not
No,
recycle
that
them.
is not what you said.
They're
You
not
said you
Hold
throw them in
on.
the ground
Just
because you
let me.
can't recycle any of them. That's exactly
Okay.
what you said.
Just real
I said,
quickly.
what do you do? I said, what do you do with the solar panel after it hits its 30-year span? I said, you can recycle them. It's very expensive. That is
Agreed,
literally what I
Dennis.
God,
said
can I
verbatim.
please give the
Say,
That
price?
is not what you said.
Please, there is
Listen,
so much
Artemis.
testosterone on this panel. $15 to $45 per panel is how much it is to recycle them. What you're comparing these price to is how much it is to throw in a landfill, which is $1 to $5.
So China permitted, this is according to NPR,
Love it.
China permitted more coal power plants last year than any other time in the last 7, according to a new report last week. It is equivalent to about 2 new coal power plants per week. The report by energy data organizations, Global Energy Monitor, and the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air finds that the country quadrupled the amount of new coal power plants arrivals in 2022 compared to 2021. So this is kind of an older article, but I'm just
I get it,
wanted.
but what China today said regarding the thorium reusing is that they're going to be able to achieve their goal that 2030 they're going to be carbon neutral.
That would be. I mean, if they could. I mean, that's ambitious, and if they can achieve that, then great.
Ambitious, right?
But if they're building 2 short years ago, if they're building 2 coal plants a week, that's hard to. I mean, they're already having problems with the Four Gorges Dam. Like they still don't even know if that's structurally sound. That also slowed the Earth's rotation. Like they're not
Huh?
doing effective
Uh,
green. China is
wow.
not environmentally friendly
Every once in a while, you
country.
throw out some off the cuff statement where I go, "Huh? Slow the Earth's rotation." Every
Yeah,
time
there's a
we
new
go,
dam that's so big it did slow the Earth's rotation, but I don't.
Yeah, it's
all right,
massive. It's 4 times bigger than the Hoover Dam.
I just don't know how that's
You know,
relevant. But
I'm just saying that
no.
they're not environmentally friendly. I'm saying if you want to
I
produce
mean, if you
energy,
want to
you
look at
do
it
it in the
great,
United States. We have a EPA. Not many other countries do, especially ones that
if
are
you
the
want to look
size
at a
of
great
America.
example of
well, with
renewables,
respect,
look
our
at Germany.
EPA is being neutered right now.
Yeah, they're being
What
gutted.
did you say?
Neutered,
The
What
EPA.
is?
gutted.
Oh, the EPA. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said initially. What
Yeah.
does conservation have to do with politics? It has everything. We're talking about global warming. That's what it has to do with it, and this all
All right.
coincides with that because America is not the largest polluter. China is.
Oh,
By 0.0006 milliseconds. Yeah.
right.
It,
And,
well,
and
that still doesn't make
that
us number 1.
landscape is changing rapidly, right? And the progress being made in the United States is being halted by Trump, like anti-wind farms on what the New Jersey coast. Host, Pickles? Can you catch me up on the wind farm thing?
The one where he gutted that we were like 80% complete with.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just billions of dollars that just wasted, thrown away because Trump's in bed with big oil or something.
And the courts just gave the money back to them as of today or yesterday, right? But that's still like, are the companies, which are Nordic countries, I think, right? I think that's Scandinavia based, or I forget the companies that are involved in this project.
If they're not even American countries, and you guys are complaining that we're throwing billions of dollars away at countries that aren't, or companies that aren't made in America that are utilizing American energy.
let's leave aside that. Let's look at the benefit to America.
That's important.
But
Well, you want to leave it at
well, because I'm sorry, brother love, but Americans are so poorly educated that we're not good at these industries anymore, right? We don't have nobody native in America that's experts in making
Don't
solar
you?
panels. We don't have that technology here.
Do you know
We
your
don't
camera's
make
on,
that.
Debo?
No, I did for a minute, but I turned it off.
I'll turn
Radstorm
my camera
It's
on
on
if you
still.
want.
$5. If we don't invest in green energy, it doesn't get better/cheaper if progress stops. Coal mines leads to black lung disease in regions like Appalachia.
Yes,
Yep.
I agree.
The problem is that, yes, it might be a little bit more expensive to recycle a solar panel, but it's going to be a shit ton more expensive when we are running into other issues with our climate changes rapidly.
Well, yeah, how many coal mines are still in existence in the Appalachians? I think it's
Not
like 12.
not many.
Yeah, it's very, very few.
Trump's been
We
cheering
have
to bring
coal.
back coal for a while now. I don't know
Also,
who gets hyped about that. It's so weird.
and this might be a
We have coal
crazy
plants in
take,
Utah.
might be a crazy take, but we're not the only effing country on the globe. Everybody kind of has to be working together towards a common goal to
Utah
to
has a
make
different
it
type
work.
of coal.
Yeah, we have some of the cleanest coal, cleanest
Right,
burning
which can
coal
be burned for
next to
metal
West
forging.
Virginia.
That's a particular type of coal, which is
Correct.
still of use, right?
Yes.
So that's a different thing.
No, I'm just my entire argument
It's not
is
used for energy production. It's used for coal for metal
it's for
smelting,
steel.
right?
There's all kinds of uses it has. Coal doesn't have just one use, just like
Sure, but it's
multiple.
not for energy production. It's for smelting of metals.
Correct. Yeah.
That's a different thing.
That's why I
In
said
that
West
case,
Virginia.
it's
If
more
we're
and
talking,
it burns
if we're
clean.
talking energy
So,
production,
right.
if we're talking energy production, I will drag us back to the LNG conversation and ask again if LNG is going to be our kind of solution for now until we are able to catch up with the renewable trend a little bit better. If LNG is going to be that now, then why is Trump making deals to export it all?
Because we're going to transition into
He's ramped
nuclear.
up exports of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Because they're going to transition into nuclear. That is going to take time. I agree. But
I'd push back. I'd say
well,
LNG
hold
is a
on. Let me finish.
byproduct of
Let me finish.
fracking.
Let me finish.
Fracking more than
It
anything.
is.
Go
It
ahead.
is. It is far greater for Europe to buy American LNG than it is to buy Russian LNG. Would you agree?
Yeah,
Yes,
but you
but
have
we need it.
transport
My
issues. You have
point
all
being
sorts
is
of
we need it
issues.
for energy production, right?
You can't easily
If we
transport
include all of the
LNG. You have to
LNG that
make
we
it something
mined
else
last
before you
year
transport.
alone. I'm sorry, Sai, what were you saying?
You can't easily transport LNG across the coast. It's not as easy as uh, 200 miles of using, like we do in the United States. Most coal mines have gone away because LNG, light natural gas, is replacing coal because it's easy to burn, it's clean, it's cheap, yada yada. That's been a byproduct of fracking. But Saudi Arabia has dropped their prices for their oil, and so in Texas, you can't even drill anymore or pump anymore because it's below the profit margin, right?
We still 30% of our electric grid still comes from coal. 35%, excuse me.
Uh, I push back on that. I think that's locally true, but is that globally true in the United States?
That's nationally true. Yes.
Okay, you're saying that's nationally true. If you say it and you believe it,
Globally, it is
I'm gonna
far
grant
more.
it, right? I'm gonna
And far
grant it.
more greater. Globally, it is far more.
Oh, that I'd push back at.
It
Actually,
says
wait, no. In
largest coal.
2023, coal supplied about 16%, not 30.
That's why I grok
16%
too.
of the electricity provided in the U.S. is.
I'm sorry, that was the
Not
world's
30.
that was the world's electricity through the
There
share
we go. That
declining.
makes more
Global
sense.
coal accounted for 35% of total electricity generation in 24 and 25.
So
You're right, it is 16%.
I
That
don't
was in
think,
23.
in my opinion, if we increased coal production, we would increase coal production, but no one would buy it.
What do you if you don't care where the power comes on power comes from when you flip on the switch.
Well,
No, but the companies that own the
companies that
generators,
produce
the companies that own the
energy
power plants
do.
They do care.
Yeah,
Right.
because
They
they're
care about how
generating the
expensive it is
power.
to use.
They care about the
how
price.
expensive it is to maintain. They care about
care
how
about the
expensive it
price,
is
right?
to purchase.
You can
Right.
buy
They
LNG
care
for
a lot
half the
about what
price.
price falls.
Yeah, that's why it comes down to cost.
But
Of course.
again, if we take all of our LNG and we start exporting it, what's that going to do to the cost of LNG here in the United States?
Supply and demand.
Where's that price going to go?
Supply and demand.
Yeah, it's going to
You
shoot
got
way
it.
the fuck up. Because
But,
again,
okay,
we had
why
a
I
total,
said
a grand total of $53 billion worth of LNG exports last year. Total. That is the entirety of all the LNG we shipped out away from the United States. Donald Trump just made a deal with the EU for them to buy $750 billion worth.
over the course of 5 years.
Yeah, divide 750 by 5, jackass. It is way above 50.
So we're going to
Way
start
above.
insulting each other now because I feel like this has been a pretty civil
I'm just saying.
conversation.
He
it has
just
been
asked a
civil.
very dumb question.
No, it's not. I'm just so okay. So where would you rather Europe buy their gas from Russia or the United States?
I don't care about where they buy their gas from. I want
Wow,
that gas
you don't
to stay
care. You
here
just
and
want to
produce
keep funding
our
the Russian
energy.
military
Geopolitically,
No,
machine,
the
it does
point being,
jackass.
Geopolitically,
if
it
we're
does
selling
matter.
that much of
Because
it,
this is about
the
the
point being
Ukraine
is
war.
if we're
This is
selling
about
that much
other
of it,
things.
we're not using it for our own production. We're not using it for our own energy production if we sell that much of it. That's the
I
problem.
mean,
We're dipping into
to,
what we need.
with respect in Fluxus, I think it's important to realize that Russia has an economy the size of Texas. It's not all that big, right?
I understand.
And yet they're trying to maintain a space program, a submarine program, a military program, and invade countries with an economy the size of Texas. So they're actually strung out. So their reliance
You
on
don't think
energy
America
income,
is
selling
either?
what they have, but they have natural resources which are rich in LNG and oil and yada yada. So I think, and I hate to say this,
But
because I'm
hold
not a
on.
Trump
If you're
guy, but I think
just
Trump was right. You can't, as a
Radstorm
European
Pro
EU
super
person,
chatted
be
$5.
buying.
Cars will never replace horse and buggy. Too expensive, ineffective. The excuse is from over 100 years ago. Now, TVs once spendy, now cheap. Times change.
Yeah, we have to be humbled by history, right? We have to be
or it's
humbled by
doomed to
history,
repeat itself.
right?
Right. And the
Well,
only thing that's going to make these things more feasible is to use them, is to actively use them and get better at using them. They only get
You
more efficient the more we use them.
there's
you guys are
alternatives, though, right?
you guys have been screaming about Ukraine for the past 5 years and how we need to go and save them. If you're trying to stop an economy that is only the size of Texas, the best way to do that is to not allow them to put all of their natural resources on the open market. So therefore, if you're
Agreed.
buying American energy that is produced cleaner, safer, and better, I don't even get how that's an argument.
It was America first.
Listen, I told you I don't agree with the orange twat waffle very often, but I do agree with them on this one. And yes, I think the EU should be criticized for buying Russian oil while they're opposing him militarily, right?
Yes,
I
right.
agree.
It's been a great conversation, guys. I'm gonna go hang out with my wife. Appreciate you
Hey,
having me up, Pickles. I hope you
and thanks.
enjoyed your delicious dinner that you ate in front of us all so rudely.
Your wife? Do you mean that rabbit's foot that you keep underneath your pillow?
Bro, if I turned my camera on and showed
Oh,
you my wife right now, she'd probably kick me in the nuts, so I can't do that.
Don't you dare.
She's already yelling at me.
I heard
Don't
that
you
one.
dare.
I'll catch you later, Debo.
Well, I'll see you guys.
All right, smoochies. He almost said it. He almost said I love you.
He almost
You'll
did.
get him one day.
By the way, I love you. I love this whole panel, man. It's really strong that we've been discussing the details and done so respectfully. So,
Oh, by the way, guys, there are 2 gifts that are like double credit right now. If you guys, it's like 2 super gifts that are double credit right now. If you guys are trying to support me, that's the best way to go. The super popular and the go popular. But yeah, thank you so much for coming up, Scism. It's nice to meet you. Say something in comments. I'll give you a follow. I can't do it because I'm on PC the way it is right
Yeah,
now.
he's way more educated in certain areas than I'll ever be.
Yeah.
Definitely a good follow.
I'm an evolutionary biologist, so I look at how things work and why they work.
I love that. I love that.
Well, I'm gonna hop
You
down.
can catch Cy usually hanging. You can usually catch Cy hanging out with Mike Splained and Jorge.
Oh, dope. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna hop down because my partner's gonna be home soon. And I'm gonna give him a lot of smoochies. So
Hey, good to see you, Artemis. It's been like 6 months or so.
I know it's been a while. It's good to see you too. Always a pleasure, all three of y'all. And love you, Pickles. See you.
Love you.
around.
Tell my husband I
Bye.
love him too.
Okay.
See you, Artemis.
No.
All right, I'll jump back down, brother. Let you get on with it.
All right. Thank you guys for all the help. Thank you guys. Thank you. For those asking, the gift I think is super popular and go popular. They're like the little arrows that look like this. What's up, Sharon?
Hey, what's up, Pickles? I wanted to hop on here since y'all were talking about wind turbines. So, two wind turbines are on a hillside. One looks at the other and says, "Hey, man, what kind of music are you into?" And the other one looks back and says, "What, are you an idiot? Can't you tell I'm a big metal fan?" All right, I love y'all. I'll see you later.
I love it. Thank you, Sharon. We needed that palate cleanser. Thank you, chat. I'm so sorry for those of you I subjected to 2 hours worth of science denial. We are looking for more debates, so I guess if you guys are trying to debate, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. I also am going to be playing some Final Fantasy 14 here in a few hours. If you guys want to watch me play that, which I'm sure you don't, but that's what I'll be doing in a few hours. What does my logo look like? I can actually just show you. Dude, I have a hat, chat. I have a hat, and I need a new, like, an actual merch designer. But this is my logo. Turn back around, stupid hat. There you go. I have to get up in a few hours. Oh my god, Mama Wolf. You guys better get well rested. That's on my merch store. If you guys want one, it's there. It's called the Soy Boy hat. You know you want it. Currently watching One Missed Call. Haven't seen it. Three hours a night should suffice. Oh my gosh. I could never. I have a shirt too. Yeah, it says go on Get. We are coming out with a new shirt here soon. I promise. I have one 10 out of 10. Yes. Guys, I'm so sorry. I totally checked out during some of that conversation. I am Pickles. Yes, we need an I am Pickles shirt. Kamaru's officially getting deported. DHS announced on X. Woof. Where are they deporting him to? Is it you fucking Uganda? A Pickles logo crew jumper, a hoodie. God damn it. All right. We need to get it. I need to fucking focus, chat. I need to lock in and make some merch. Need to get on in there. Have debates been real slow across the platform lately, like this week? I need a gym shirt. Yes. Rough. That's rough.
Hello, I'd like.
RTP's been talking about how tall I am tonight. I love that. I love that. Did he? Someone said that they broke the news to him how tall I was. How did he take it? Is he all right? Unless you're Dean, yeah, I know. Dude, Dean's been getting so many fucking views. It's insane. He said he's so tall and so nice. He's jelly. He tried out getting it over. He was amazed that I'm so tall and so sweet. I think it's a good selling point. It's opening day hunting season. Activity leans MAGA. They're touching grass. Am I nice in real life? I think so. They don't come on your for you page anymore. That's a bummer. YouTube, how's YouTube doing? Woof. Do you say your age? I'm 37. Check DHS post. They didn't say where, but they're pretty mean. They were pretty mean. Posted multiple times, formerly regarding portraying him as a criminal and MS-13 gang member. The posts are part of a broader public relations campaign by DHS in terms to defend their actions related to... I love how blatant that is. Final removal stands after immigration judge's decision. Wow. Yeah, they don't say where. He's an ex-Mormon. Yeah, oh yeah, RTP. Yeah. I used to watch him a lot. I stopped watching debates when I started doing them though. Every once in a while there's a few people I watch, but I'm very particular. We are slowing down, guys. We're slowing down. Can we get to 100K real quick? Who do I watch? Do you guys know who Carl Emmerich is? I think he's pretty smart. And he's very plain. He's not very opinionated. Yeah. I like him. I guess that's a no. What'd you say, Dolphin? His name is Carl Emmerich.
All right, Pickles. I gotta tell you.
What's up?
So we're there. We're all waiting for everything to start, and Jay's like, I'm 5'10". I think 5'10's tall enough. And me, in large ass freaking caps, I go, you should see Pickles. Pickles is 6'4". Stand next to Pickles. He goes, Pickles is 6'4", and he's so nice. Oh, I'm so upset.
That is funny.
He was like, Pickles is sick. They were like, no, he's not. Then everybody's in the comments going, yep. He's going, oh, he's so nice.
That's right. Just a big, gentle giant.
Yeah. Jay knows me too, because like I go up on his Friendly Fridays.
Yeah.
And I tell jokes. And everybody tries to make him blush. Because, you know, he's an ex-Mormon that's not used to dirty jokes. So
I love that.
we purposely do it. All right, I'm gonna drop. I just wanted to tell you a little story.
Well, give me a wee.
I'll give you a wee in a second, but I wanted to give you a little smile
Well, thank you.
with them buttermilk biscuits. All right, wee.
Bye. Hello?
Your intelligence is minuscule compared to me. Can you hear that?
I heard that. I like that. Teach me your ways, man. What do you want to talk about?
Why Donald Trump is the best American president to ever live.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
How about you just go look at statistics? You guys love looking at that shit, right?
Okay. What statistics are we looking at?
Inflation, illegal immigration, money
inflation up?
going up in homes, happiness overall.
Is
The
it inflation
nature,
up?
the ozone layer, even people are freaking out about climate change. Trump gets back in office and now look, the ozone layer is healing itself. So you don't quite know shit about fucking anything.
And now the ozone layer is just healing itself, you said.
Look it up. The ozone layer is going back to, the scientists are saying, oh, the ozone layer is actually fixing itself now.
So you just don't believe in man-made climate change? And you think that the Earth is just going to
Well,
get
how come
cold?
the ozone layer is fixing itself?
It's not just fixing itself. There's people actively doing things to fix it.
I thought people were making it worse.
They are.
Oh, so it is getting worse or better?
We're on a
Which one?
trajectory. Yes, we are on a trajectory for an existential crisis where life is not compatible on Earth.
Well, then why is the ozone layer healing?
I don't know. Is it just the only thing you want to look at, or you want to look at the trajectory of like the
You can go
temperature
look
and
at
the
that. You can
water?
look at it. There's going to be statistics coming out within the near future. People saying climate change is actually just, I mean, it's a real thing. It happens, but humans are fixing everything.
Humans are fixing everything because we believe in science. No thanks to y'all.
What do you mean, y'all are human beings?
The people on the right. The right is an existential threat to the planet
People on
Earth.
the right are typically some of the most profound scientific figures in history.
And same thing with the people on the left.
So then, what are you talking about, buddy?
I'm saying that a lot of y'all are in the business of spreading politics that are antithetical to science and man-made climate change being real.
Maybe some people, maybe it's a political agenda, who knows? But the populist people who understand the understandings of the government agree that Donald Trump is the man to do it.
The man to do it. The man that says, I don't know, I think the Earth is going to get colder.
America was a laughing stock of the world until Donald
They
Trump
very
has to
much
come
are
in
now.
here.
We can see it. We can see polls. We can see all of the polls, and we can actually see the data. You can't just say this and not point to any data. I have data on this.
There's no data of what a laughing stock of the world
They
is,
have.
you
We have
stupid little
approval
puppet.
ratings. We have all
You're a
sorts of.
CNN
We have
puppet.
confidence ratings. We have all of those things. It's not just CNN. It's
You're a CNN
Reuters.
puppet.
It's
Reuters
it's
is
Pew Research.
None of this is real. I just
Pew
want
Research.
you to know that it's not real.
It's not real. Everybody loves Trump because you said so, not because all the data and the science and the polling is not in your favor.
Science and data is not real.
It's real. It's not real because you don't want it to be.
Well, what is real? Explain
I don't
the
know. I'm not. Who are you, fucking Jordan Peterson, dude?
What's real? What's a figment? What's the difference between real and figment of imagination?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not here to have a philosophical debate. We're not segueing away from how climate change is real, man-made climate change is real, and that you guys, your leader, the greatest president in history, says that windmills give whales cancer.
Yeah, look it up.
I have looked it up. It's not real.
Oh, well, maybe your data was wrong. My data is right. That's just kind of how the things go nowadays.
Yeah, there's no data on your side. You can allude to having some, but there's not.
Like what? Like what? We don't have what?
Windmills giving whales cancer? You have any data on that, bud?
Oh yeah. It's called Look It Up.
The burden of proof's on you.
You're a complete buffoon.
You're
A
right.
bonehead. You're a bonehead.
Windmills do cause cancer. You're right. I'm stupid.
You're a bonehead.
It's not nice.
You hear me?
I heard you, dude.
Hopefully, maybe one day you guys wake up and pull your fucking head out of your ass. It's pathetic. Get a fucking life, bucko.
All right, old chap. Bucko kind of stings. I won't lie, dude. That wasn't tight. Bucko's below the belt. Old sport. Old sport. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing old sport, by the way. I think it's about time. Statute of limitations is up. I can start saying it now. Pal. Yeah, Bucko. That was weird. I wasn't sure if he was a troll or serious. It's a real vague line these days, honestly. Sonny Jim. Get that right, Jack. What does Biden say? Get that right, Jack. Come on, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. Guys, we are low on subs. This is a cry for help. If you guys are willing and are able to love me to the extent of where I can survive in capitalism, I would love that. If you guys want to see this little girl right here, if you want to see her get fresh pet food every day, we need subs. We need subs. Chat. We need we need stickers. God damn it. All right, chat, I'm going to fix it right now. I can't get off live until it's fixed. Let's go. Let's deep dive into this. How do I fix my stickers with the new super fan thing on TikTok? Fresh Pet's been killing pets. I've heard the rumors. I looked into it. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I don't know if there's correlation, right? Like same thing with acetaminophen. There's no studies showing it. No, I'm here. Superfan sticker tutorial. Find your hidden stickers. Here we go.
I'm going to show you exactly how you can get them back. You're going to click on your page and you're going to press TikTok Studio.
Pause. That's too much. Pause. Don't leave us. I'm not leaving. I gotta open this TikTok. I gotta fix it. TikTok Studio.
Once you click TikTok Studio, you're gonna scroll down to where it says Fan Club.
Woman, that's too much. It's not anywhere. It's not there. Oh my god. Ah, let's go.
Then click on that. Once you click on that, it's gonna say Superfan. Press Superfan. Once you click on Superfan, you see where it says stickers. Click on stickers.
Oh my god. Chat, be ready. Be ready. Only 15? That's dumb. Hold on. All right, you should have stickers now, chat. Only 15 though? All right, do we have stickers now? Yay! Only 15. All right, that's poop poop. We've got stickers, chat. Let's go. We did it. We did it. We're done. Superfan only chat. Oh, wow. I feel like a bub again. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Feels magical. Raw meat changes brain chemistry to more feral behavior. What? How late did I stay up playing? A while. A while. 7-ish? 7 a.m.? We are also... We are like less than 100 followers away from 73,000. Guys, if you haven't followed, go ahead and give me a follow. What are we playing? Final Fantasy 14. I feel... We're playing Final Fantasy 14, and we will be playing here in just a second as well. And I'm going to be on Discord with some people. Chatting, shooting the shit. I'm actually not. Actually, I'm going to be powering through the campaign. It's pretty much single player gameplay. I was doom scrolling around 3 and you were there. Yeah. Yellow? Tim? Thank you for the puppy kisses. Should I join the Discord? You absolutely should. Chat, everybody needs to join my Discord. We do movie nights all the time. Did you just toot? Coulda. Coulda. African says he feels pain over the sticker situation. Tell Tell African that I can help him. Thank you for the shiny air balloon. Thank you so much. Last Discord that convinced me to join traumatized me. I'm still waiting on the scooter stickers. African has stickers. He's mad about the amount. Oh, 15. How do I get in the Discord? Yes, it's in my bio. It is. Purina no longer a public company, and protein liquid from China has changed. Well, chat. What do we do? What do we do? We can restart. We can do a gaming stream. It's just going to be a slow week until Trump gives us more to chew on. Group hug. We can do that. We can do a group hug. We can do a virtual. We can do a Zoom call group hug here soon. We can do a poll. Let's do it. Quick poll. So smiling is gaming stream. Crying is restart. Or yeah. So smiling is gaming. Crying is restart. Eat an entire jar of pickles. Let's do prayer. We could do prayer. And it's this smiley thing. It's like the laughing face. Sorry, not smiling. It's laughing as gaming stream. There you go. The restart's winning too. The restart is winning for the debate stream. Yeah, the restart's winning. We got 4 seconds. We're gonna do a restart here soon. Sounds like that's what we're gonna do. All right, let's get her going, guys. I'm gonna restart the stream real quick. Come back in here and blow it up with some taps. I will see you guys in just a second. Bye. Oh. Hello. Where y'all at, chat? This is crazy to me. Subscriptions are more expensive and you get less perks. Inflation. It's hitting us everywhere, y'all. It's hitting us everywhere. My rent just went up $300. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. Had to take care of something. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get some people in here. Let's ship this thing out. Let's send this puppy out. TikTok algo doesn't run on hopes and dreams, chat. Welcome back, Benita. Hopes, dreams, and prayers. Here we go. Reset gift goal. The Democratic Party has been hijacked by the left lunatic Ocasio. I love that. That is so wild. Hi, Tawny. Hello, y'all. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, I just wanted to talk about the government shutdown, if I can.
Sure.
Are you curious? Do you know how many votes it takes to pass a funding bill in the Senate?
60.
Okay, and you know that the latest vote is 55 to 45.
Mhm.
Every Republican but one voted to continue the government, while 3 Democrats came over to the Republican side. So, can you really blame Trump for the government shutdown?
Sure. I think the last time it shut down was under Trump too. Cost us billions and billions. But yeah, I think he's unwilling to govern, even with his own party. So the wants and needs of the people in the Senate or in Congress that are not in his party, he doesn't really give a flying fuck about them.
But his majority of his party wants the government to continue.
Sure. But
It's
I'm
just-
talking about the other legislation we've passed, like the big beautiful bill. They couldn't even stand. There were some people who couldn't even stand voting for that bill on your side, and you guys forced it through. And you know what? That's fine. You're in every instance where you guys have taken like tyrannical stances on things and bureaucratic stances on things. It's been okay when it works out for you, but when we do it, it's the end of the world.
Well, I mean, it's all politics. I mean, when the Democrats are in charge, they do the same thing, to the Republican minority. So
I mean, Joe Biden actually helped red states more than anybody because he, quote, said they need it the most. Trump is a person who's like, oh, did they vote for me? I'm not even going to send you funding. If Zoran Mondani wins, he's like, I'm not even going to send you federal funding. He is not trying to play well with others. So any sort of breakdown in doing things bipartisan, I point directly to Trump. This is what you guys want. This is what you guys championed. Is it just an asshole bullhead and like a iron fist businessman? This is what you get. This is the response you get. That he is not a good leader. He is not a leader of both sides. He's a leader of his side. And he said it himself. He hates his opposition. So we are not trying to do any favors for him. He can reap what he sows.
I mean, look what was done to him. What other president has been done to him? Impeached twice.
That wasn't done to him. He did that to himself.
Well,
he did those things.
Yeah, I mean, well, Bill Clinton, gets BJ's in his Oval Office,
and he got impeached for that.
Yeah, right, and so impeachment is lawfare. I mean,
that's not true.
Well, if you have all the
that's a silly standard. Holding your elected officials accountable is lawfare.
Well, I mean, when you got let's talk about the case in New York, the 30 felony charges.
Sure.
What other businessman was charged for something like that for felonies?
It happens all the time. And again, if you guys don't know how the law works, that's okay. But when you commit a crime and it's in an effort to cover up another crime, especially when it has to do with federal elections, it's absolutely felonious. So, like if you were to rob a house, I don't know, if I were to go vandalize a house and I was empty-handed, that's a misdemeanor. If I were to go shoot it with a shotgun, that's a felony because I brought a weapon. And that's how the law works. I know Trump has made it seem like he's just been so unfairly attacked, but this is what he's doing right now in the open for y'all, and you're not disavowing it. You're cheering it on. So if we had a president like Biden who got elected on lawfare and saying, this is how bad I'm going to get them arrested. I don't even know what crimes he did, but I'm going to get that'd be one thing, but he didn't. He kept his head down. He did his job the entire 4 years. Even when he was asked to comment on some of these things for Trump, he said no comment. He didn't try to use them in his favor to get reelected. He could have dragged him through the fucking mud holding the biggest microphone on earth over and over again, just like Trump does, but he didn't.
So him pardoning his son without due process, that was okay?
Yeah, Trump, before any of this, pardoned a huge circle of his own people. Steve Bannon, George Papadopoulos, Peter Navarro, all of these people he still works with and he still loves, and they absolutely did break the law. These people lied to Congress. They withheld information from the FBI. They failed to register as a foreign agent when they're investigating him for Russia. All of these things, he pardoned those people. Steve Bannon stole money from y'all for the wall. He stole from y'all. These were donations from y'all. Pardoned. Still besties with him. But the second that Hunter Biden buys a pew-pew and lies about being under the influence of drugs, you guys, it's the death sentence.
Well, I mean, pardoning your own son, I mean, don't you think that's kind of like, I mean, he did it.
He was being politically persecuted.
Did
what?
It protect his son. I mean,
yeah, you're crying about, oh, doesn't everybody... who else gets charged with this? Well, who else gets charged with possession of a firearm or purchase of a firearm while being on my dad smokes weed and he was yelling about this. Like my dad, he buys pew-pews all the time, and he smokes weed regularly.
And then Trump, overvalues his property to get a better loan rate, and the banks are happy because they got paid back, but he gets charged with 30 felonies.
Yeah,
so, I mean, come on.
This is not, you don't have to have a victim. And the banks saying that they're happy is obviously a little bit coerced, right? Because they have a multi-million or multi-billion dollar attachment to Trump, so they can't just go slander one of their customers. That's unprofessional. But just because I do business with somebody and I trick them into still liking me afterwards after I do fraud, doesn't mean that I shouldn't get charged.
And when Letitia James says, I'm going to get Trump, and when Brad
lock
says,
her up.
I'm going to get Trump.
Trump started all of this, right? Lock her up.
Well, I I mean, he's responding to what she did.
What'd she do?
She's trying to lock him up.
I'm sorry, who? Hillary tried to lock him up before
No,
he tried to lock her up?
Hillary, well, Hillary, you know, I mean, Hillary, if you looked at the
It is literally fascistic rhetoric to just yell about locking up your opponent in a campaign. That's what y'all did. Y'all started this.
the dossier that said Trump was a Russian
That
agent,
was
what was that? Who was that funded by?
that was actually opposition research from your own party that Hillary bought. So that was funded by your own party.
Democratic Party, not
No, by the Republican Party.
No, it wasn't. Come on.
Yeah.
That's been proven.
It's not proven. Why was Hillary fined $200,000? Why was she fined?
The name of the dossier, the guy who came up with the dossier. I'm bad with names, but Google AI or Chat GPT, who funded the dossier.
You're talking about the
Russian hoax dossier.
It's not a hoax, right? The Robert Mueller report had 37 indictments, and half of those of which we're talking about is what Trump fucking pardoned people for.
He pardoned a lot of January 6 people too.
No, yeah, which is horrible. Domestic terrorists, yeah, tight.
Well, they're domestic terrorists. When one of them even got unalived.
Yeah.
Domestic terrorist.
She's a few years sober now. We're happy for her.
And it got unalived.
Ashley Babbitt.
I forget her name. I'm bad with names, but
Yeah.
she didn't have any weapons.
The Steele dossier, Michael Steele. Yeah, that guy was that guy was he was not even American, right? And he was the one who drew that up. He was hired to get a dossier, and it was opposition research from your side, and Hillary bought it. After that person lost to Trump, she got it.
I'm pretty sure I read that it was funded by the Democratic Party to get that dossier, prepare that dossier.
Every political person ever does dossiers on people. Trump did a dossier on Vance. Trump did a dossier on everybody he's running against. Dossiers are not evil. But when we find out that Trump has got a lot of weird ties to Russia, and in 2019 we found out he had like a Trump Tower plans in Russia, and that now we find out that Melania has weird ties with Russia, and it doesn't look good, man. It doesn't look good. And then Russia, of course, is cheering for Trump to be president because who else was campaigning on defunding Ukraine? They loved Trump.
A lot of corruption in Ukraine, and wasn't also Hunter Biden on the board for their oil company?
Burisma. Yeah,
Wasn't he at one time?
Yeah, he was. He was qualified for that.
How does that happen?
Because when you are when you work for a company called Amtrak that literally does the exact same thing and is even bigger, you're qualified to work there.
But when your father is president, you're on the board of a foreign country's board?
Yeah, no matter what job you get when your
think
father's
maybe
president, you're going to
the-
say nepotism.
Do you think? No, I'm thinking that maybe the Ukraine can use influence on Hunter Biden to his father to be favorable to the Ukraine. That never happens, right?
No, that didn't happen. And there's a good study. There's actually a good movie on this, on how this Hunter Biden conspiracy came up. It's called From Russia with Lev. And it's the guy that Trump sent to go find dirt on Hunter Biden. His name is Lev Parnas. He came out. He's a whistleblower. He has video. He has actual hidden body cam footage of talking to Trump and doing all these interactions with Trump and going to Ukraine and literally just texting the Trump administration like the dumbest watered down information you possibly get, and it would show up on Fox News 30 minutes later. It was crazy. It's a crazy documentary. You should go check it out. But yeah, the Hunter Biden laptop was a big nothing burger. Nothing came out of it. And it was just it was what Trump used to persecute his political opponents aimlessly. That is exactly what you're crying about. When Trump comes out and we look at his campaign finances, we're like, this is weird. Why are you paying Michael Cohen all of this money? And that's how we find Trump doing crimes. Not because we're saying Trump's bad. We're going to investigate everything about him all the time. No. When Trump says things to dox like his judge's family, and when he doxes politicians and he cheers on the person who assaulted Nancy Pelosi's husband, I don't know. You don't make any friends. You don't make any friends. It's not that you're just a right winger at that point. You're just not a good person.
Well, I mean, I'll agree with you on one thing. Trump is not Ronald Reagan. I don't know how you feel about Ronald Reagan. You're evidently a Democrat guy, and I respect that. I used to be a Democrat myself until I woke up a little bit. But Ronald Reagan, I loved because everybody loved him. Even Tip O'Neill was like his fiercest.
Ronald Reagan's probably the worst president we've had in a long time, besides Trump.
Okay, so now I got to ask you who the best president you think the best president we ever had was.
I don't know historically. I don't know. One of my recent favorites would be Obama and Biden. But Reagan is responsible. I mean, this is. You guys do get a lot of your politics from vibes. Like Trump was extremely unqualified, extremely problematic, a horrible diplomat, horrible president, horrible leader, horrible speaker. But you guys like him because of an alpha male. And same thing with Reagan. Like there was nothing good that Reagan set forth for the economy. We have nothing but like the wealth gap and extremely expensive education to thank for Reagan. We have like one of the world, like the worst regressive tax rates ever because of Reagan. We have stock buybacks because of Reagan. He was openly racist. He was a horrible president, dude. He was horrible. And that you guys still look at him because he was like this sharp dude and he was on TV. It's fucking insane.
Well, he was, in terms of comparing him to Trump, he didn't alienate people like Trump does.
He absolutely did. Yeah, absolutely did. The reason we have expensive college is because he didn't like all those people of color getting an education.
Well, I mean, we affirmative action programs, we can debate whether they're...
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, I thought that's what you're talking about.
No, he just simply straight up said, yeah, I don't like everybody should not be able to go to college and get an education. We should not have an educated proletariat.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, that's a direct quote.
Well, I'll have to look that up. I'll disagree with you on that until I see it somewhere. But, going back to the lawfare a little bit. So, yeah, the Michael Cohen thing with the Stormy Daniels, we can talk about that forever. But my thing is the overvaluing the property to get better loan deals and get charged 30 felonies for that. I mean, you have to agree that was over the top.
That's not what. That's when he got felonies for. That's not what his felonies are for.
What was the 30 charges of felonies for? It was 30 instances
Stormy Daniels.
buying business records.
Stormy Daniels. It was for. It was basically for lying about his accounting records and saying fraudulently that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal fees when what he was doing was paying hush money to a woman with campaign finances.
That was one instance. I'm talking the 30 instances they brought up properties that
That's
he
okay.
overvalued.
You're getting everything mixed up. That's what the 34 felonies are. The Stormy Daniels thing is the 34 felonies.
Stormy Daniels 34 times.
Yes, it's all of the payments and yes. Yes, all of the instances of the trying cover up fraud and committing fraud he got charged for. And it was 34 times.
No charges for overvaluing his properties.
No, those were civil. That was a civil suit. The damages that he incurred, it was like $450 million at first. I don't know what it is now, but it was basically all of the money he illegally made. That's what he's being fined.
And who suffered for that?
The people of New York.
How do they suffer?
There's only a certain amount of loans that you can give as a business in New York. And what he did was he took all of those favorable loans, like all of that money from the other people who were trying to get loans. And he also, the banks that he got that from, he illegally made millions of dollars from those banks. Whether or not they're okay with it and they still want to do business is not any of our business. That has nothing to do with it.
I disagree with your premise that people who don't have collateral in New York couldn't get a loan. I disagree with that premise.
Okay, that is not just a premise. That is a thing. That is a thing. There's a finite amount of loans that you can do as a bank in a certain area.
Banks couldn't lend anybody else.
I'm not saying they couldn't, but that's what you're doing. That also there's a law from 1930. It's called the Martin Act, and it's pretty much plainly says that there doesn't need to be an actual victim of a crime for fraud for there to be fraud and for it to be criminal. So if I go to a bank and I tried to do what Trump did, even if I wasn't successful, That's fraud, dude.
So, can you name anybody else that was charged with crimes like that in New York?
Yeah, fraud. It's like one of the most common things to be
it's
charged
the
with.
crimes that Trump did.
Again, that's a civil suit. That's not criminal.
Overvaluing the property.
That's civil. It's not criminal. It's not a
Can you
crime.
name anybody else that was charged?
I don't know a lot of billionaires that do this, no, but I'm sure it's very illegal. It's very bad.
I'm sure billionaires do it all the time.
Yeah, and Trump, if you make a lot of enemies and you talk shit and you're loud and you have a very big presence in New York of ripping everyone off all the time, you're going to get caught doing fraud.
See, I just really can't believe. I'm usually most Democrats at least concede that that's one of the reasons why Trump got reelected. People saw that the government or the enemies of him were going after him any way they can. I mean, it's obvious. That's why.
Now he withheld classified documents. He was chased around for a year and a half. Wouldn't give them back. Had his lawyers sign affidavits.
Biden didn't have classified
Biden gave them right back. So did Pence, right? Pence didn't get charged either because he gave them right back.
Yeah, nobody's got charged.
Yeah, besides Trump, because he held on to him for a year and a half. He got charged with withholding classified documents, not just having, withholding.
His documents.
If Biden withheld them, if he was asked for them and he lied about it, that's when he would get charged.
Biden was from the Obama administration documents.
Yeah, when people pack up your office and shit gets stored with you, it's not really your fault. I get that. And that's what happened to Trump. But he started going through them and showing them to random people. And we have audio tapes of him doing it.
All right. So also, was Biden to have dementia?
No, there's no proof he has dementia.
Oh, okay, here we go. Boy.
Does Trump have dementia? I have proof Trump does.
Oh, yeah. And then when the doctors ask about Biden, when they ask the doctors about Biden and they take the Fifth Amendment, I know you're going to mention HIPAA.
Yeah, privacy laws? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. But
Do you think Trump, do you really think Trump is more acute than Biden mentally?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Trump volunteered to take a cognitive test, and Biden refused to take a cognitive test.
Yeah, like it's labeling things like elephant, and it's so sad he fucking brags about it all the time. It's like a fifth grader's test, man.
I mean, even the guy who was interviewing him, the lawyer for he was committing a crime, he said Biden will never get convicted because he's not mentally fit.
That's not a thing. So first of all, he was a prosecutor, and they don't get to decide those things, right? He was a special counsel, Robert Hur. He didn't say that. He said that in the instance of someone asking Biden about these things in court, if you were to ask an old man about something 30 years ago, you're not going to remember. You can just say you don't remember. That's what he was saying. He would just play a kind, what was he saying? Like old man with a poor memory. That's what he was saying. He doesn't have prosecutorial discretion whether or not somebody is mentally fit to face trial. That's not what a prosecutor. That's not what he does.
Recommended to be charged, but he chose not to because he knew he wouldn't.
That's not what that says.
Well, I disagree with that because I think you should look at that again.
I've looked at it a million times.
And then, okay, so why did the party dump Biden?
Because the polling showed that he had no path to victory.
Because he did poorly in the debate, right?
Yeah, he had COVID in the debate.
Oh, okay. Now we're blaming dementia on COVID. Wow, that's.
Well, he did. The next day, he had a speech and it was just fine. It's weird you guys never mentioned like anything other than the debate. He shows up on TV all the time, man. He speaks way better than Trump all the time, every time.
I watched that. I watched the other debates with him, man. He's, I mean, Trump is talking.
They're eating the cats and the dogs. This is really what got you.
Well,
that's what they got you with.
Reporters every day.
I'm sorry?
Trump is talking to reporters every day.
Yeah, and he's spewing 7 different types of shit out of his mouth every day. He's lying every day. He's saying their border's wide open and they're coming and they're killing everybody. He had to tell you the most irrelevant things every time he had a microphone. He had to spew the most hateful, the most fear-mongering, racist shit that you could ever imagine a president spewing every time he was handed that microphone.
When he signed the Lake and Riley Act, I thought, I mean, you want to talk about Lake and Riley?
Yeah. I think that this is a very sad instance of tragic incident where this girl's death. I think the sadder thing is she's been politicized. These people, migrants, have now been blamed widely. All migrants are now responsible for Laken Riley's death. All of them are now murderers in the eyes of the right because of this one death. One of 29 deaths that happened that year. We have 17,000 murders every year. You guys focused on that for a year and a half. That is what that's called a martyr. It's just fascist rhetoric. I think it's very silly. The second I tell you guys the murder rates of undocumented migrants, you guys freak out. You can't even believe how low it is.
If 29 could have been prevented by preventing criminals coming into this country, don't you think that's worth it?
No, not for $140 billion. No, I can save far more than 29 lives with $140 billion fucking dollars, and being super racist and like stoking the fires of white supremacy in the nation and having Nazis come out, just fucking mask off because of this. None of it's worth it. No.
I mean, I agree with you that all migrants aren't criminals, but
no, like so very few of them are that it's insane. And the fact that you guys are going after the migrants first is very telling.
But you do know that Venezuela emptied their prisons and sent
that's not even a thing. We asked the Trump administration, his campaign, where they got that information. They had no response for that, actually. They made that right up.
So how many members of MS-13 in Trinidad do you think there are in the United States?
Did you know that MS-13 was started and founded in the United States?
But where are they from?
L.A.?
No, where are they originally from?
They're an El Salvadorian gang.
Okay. How'd they get here?
They migrated, and guess what? Somehow, crazily, I mean, you can't even say that because we would see them. If you're saying they're like these crazy murderous people, they would show up in the murder rates, and they don't. So
very bad people. They're very bad people.
I mean, yeah. Have you seen Nazis? Those are bad people too.
Yeah, but Nazis, the Nazis from World War II are exterminated. Yeah, we have neo-Nazis.
No, we have. I mean, we have Nazis and Nazis. We have all flavors of them over on your side too. We have pretty bad people.
Yeah, they're guys that just, dress up and, like
well, they also tend to do 70% of all domestic terrorism too. So they're not just chill. They do all of the killing.
What domestic terrorism did Nazis do? I'm curious. You said 70%.
Well, not just Nazis. It's just right wing. Right wing domestic terrorism is 70%. So like when you guys went and shot Melissa Hortman in the forehead at her front door a few months ago, and her husband, that's one instance. When you guys bomb abortion clinics, when you guys shoot up a Buffalo supermarket with an N-word sprayed it on your gun, when you guys go into gay clubs and shoot gay people for your religious beliefs, that's all right-wing domestic terrorism.
Those all Nazis that do that?
Not Nazis, just that's what y'all. That's your side, just right-wing. That's just generally all.
You said before Nazis commit 70% of all domestic terrorism.
I didn't say Nazis. I said right-wing.
Oh, you said I'm pretty sure I heard Nazis. But,
no, all right-wing domestic terrorism. 70% of all domestic terrorists.
So the guy who unalived Charlie Kirk, was he a Nazi?
No, I don't even think he was political.
So you don't think he was mad at Charlie Kirk for his supposed transphobic comments?
Yeah, I don't think that's political. I don't think you have to be any sort of political stance to just know that talking shit about trans people is bad.
That's not political. It is. I think it is political because
if you're just admitting that right wingers are transphobic, then sure.
No, I mean it's political because supposedly right wingers are trying to eliminate trans people's rights. So that's political, isn't it?
I mean, it's pretty telling you admit that, but
no, I'm not admitting
sure.
I'm saying that's what people think.
Well, I mean, you guys did post. You guys admit you did about 500 pieces of anti-LGBTQ legislation last year.
Well, the one legislation that I agree with is why should Leah, what's her name, Leah Collier,
Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas, she's a biological male, compete in female sports.
Mm-hmm. Again, this is just a transphobic thing. She actually hasn't even been really doing well at all recently, and they don't even have any medals in the Olympics at all, and there's only like 10 of them in college athletes.
Well, I mean the women that can't compete with biological male.
Again, there's only 10 of them. There's only like 10 of them. So
Again,
for
it's
this
like-
to be like this sweeping legislation that Trump spent $200 million campaigning about did far more harm than whatever you think people were saved from these 10 people in the sports
Well, no,
you're
it's
crying
not
about.
even
Far
10
more
people.
harm.
It's a lot of school districts and college campuses are leaning towards letting trans people.
And is that a left or a right thing, or is that just something naturally occurring in society?
It's, you know, I mean, it's an unfair advantage. I think.
Okay, that's just a thing naturally occurring in society. So the way y'all are handling this is fucking disgusting. You guys are handling this with the least grace I could possibly imagine doing this.
Most of the, if you take a poll of all the people in the United States, they're in favor of that legislation not allowing trans.
Sure. I guess you could. Yes, Trump has spent $217 million polarizing people on this, and I'm sure you could. And every single one of these people I've talked to have no fucking clue what they're talking about. With trans people, they're just scared of them. They hate them. They're othering them. They're just icky. If you ask them, they're mentally ill.
I mean, there's the argument that trans people suffer from gender dysphoria.
And that's a mental condition.
Yeah, we can debate that until the cows come home, but
Not really. I mean, it's a real thing, right?
Well, we debate it like it. I believe there's some truth to that, and you'll probably say it's a whole malarkey. So that's the way our politics are. But one that disturbs me is a lot of school districts are doing the gender identity thing. So they're going to their 5-6-year-old kids and saying, teachers are saying they're allowed to do this. And it's not many districts because the parents aren't standing for it, but they're allowed to tell the kids, well, if you don't feel like a boy and you feel like a girl, you should be allowed to become a girl.
Listen, nobody's trying to do that. No, everyone is just basically just saying, hey, gay people exist, trans people exist, and you shouldn't hate them. And what you do is like straw man it and you fetishize it. And nobody's even legislating this, right? Nobody's even trying to do this. Like our side is not legislating this stuff into classrooms. If there are communities out there where they locally think that their curriculum should include this, that's their right. Why are you having the president come in and interject between everybody's right to have what kind of education those communities want?
So you agree with that? If a kid at 5 or 6 years old told that if you don't feel like a boy or if you don't feel like a girl, you should.
You're doing this extremely perverted version of things that this probably never happens, by the way. But the science says that gender can be understood as a person as early as 3 or 5 years old. So yes, you can just basically explain what the truth is. There's no harm in explaining reality.
My point is they shouldn't be doing that to children because children don't have the capability of understanding that.
Yes, they do. I mean, that's what the science says that they do. So I don't know. I don't know why you're trying to go around telling educators what children can and can't be taught.
5 or 6-year-old kids have sex.
Who the fuck is doing that?
Well, you're comparing the same thing. I'm comparing the same
No, I'm
thing.
not. I think age-appropriate sex education is totally fine, and this is why we'll never get anywhere, because you guys pervert everything. You guys fetishize everything, and we can't possibly get anything done. If 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds need some sort of age-appropriate sex education, you guys will take that and twist it and say we're trying to teach them how to have sex. And that's why red states have all sorts of fucking problems with this, with churches and everybody touching little fucking kids.
My thing is 5 or 6-year-old kids the parents should decide what happens to 5 or 6-year-old kids.
Yeah, not the president.
Bottom line.
Yeah, not the president.
Parents don't want their kids to be told if they think they're a girl or think they're a boy.
Nobody is doing that, dude. Nobody's doing that. You have to prove that, right? This is how Nazis got their way a long time ago. They just said things like this. There's fucking gross, unfounded claims about their sexuality.
There was testifies in Congress. I can go look it up on YouTube that parents have said they're trying to do that at their schools.
Yeah, okay, I'm sure.
I mean, it's wrong.
Yeah, nobody's doing that. Have you heard about people trying to tell people that the Bible's real in school? You guys are doing that. You guys are trying to teach young kids that they're going to burn in a lake of fire for the rest of eternity. Do you think they're ready for that talk?
Separation of church and state, that's another debatable thing. I think, if you're religious and you want to do prayer in school, you should be able to go to a room and have prayer.
That's fine.
Well, no, it's not fine because the schools have banned it because they can't allow that.
What? Who did that?
Yeah, if you try some schools, if you try to have a prayer group in there at the school, ban it.
You can go, but you can pray, or you can pray wherever you want in school. You just can't force prayer. You can't tell your students to pray. Nobody is believing this Christian prosecution bullshit. You guys are oppressing us. Nobody believes it. You guys are writing legislation. We are not. You guys are writing legislation to keep women from getting health care and from young kids to get the care that they need in the LGBTQ community, and for even just regular people in the LGBTQ community to be able to be in fucking public in some places.
Why is the suicide rate so high in LGBT community?
Because you guys fuck with them. The social implications of the way you are inherently towards them it leads to suicide and violence.
I think it's more due to them not being accepted.
That's what I just said. That's you saying the shit you're saying right now. I'm sure there are dozens of LGBTQ people in my comments right now hearing you and are now reminded for the 16th time today, maybe, that there are people out there that just fucking don't like him for some reason.
As you point, you kind of distort what I say, and you think I distort what you say. But when I say they don't feel accepted, I'm thinking that, like, if you see a trans person, some people just are uncomfortable with that, and they take offense to that.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Well, yeah, but I don't have to, like, if I see a trans person, they want to be called him or her or whatever they want to be called, I shouldn't be forced to use their pronouns if I don't want to.
Okay, if I see your mom, I shouldn't have to not say she's not fat, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Is your mom a fat piece of, like, a huge whale?
You call her fat.
All right, should I call her fat to her face?
But if she's a she, and you think she's a him, you want to call.
Do you call your mom fat?
No, because I'm.
Why not? Is your mom fat?
My mom is unalived, actually. So.
Was she fat?
She was heavy set before she died. Yes.
So did you call her fat to her face?
No, I didn't.
Why not? Isn't that like lying to her?
We're comparing.
Isn't that lying to her?
You're comparing an insult to a preferred name or call.
Yeah, so when you call these people these things, the wrong preferred pronoun, it causes them distress. That's why we do that. So if you can't be bothered to just call them their preferred pronouns, I can't be bothered to just not call your mom fat.
Let's say my name is Mike, but I want to be called Mickey, and I don't want to call you Mickey.
Okay. You can't be bothered. That's where you draw the line. That's where you want to start legislating laws because you can't fucking stand using a pronoun.
I'm not legislating anything.
You absolutely are. You're cheering Trump on as he's attacking trans people with legislation.
Well, actually, there's been teachers who've been fired that don't want to use pronouns. But we can get into that.
Well, again, when these people actually have gender dysphoria, not all of them do, but if they have gender dysphoria and you are doing the thing that triggers their gender dysphoria and causes them distress, that should be called out. That's not good. That's not good. It's like giving somebody with anorexia, it's like calling them fat, dude.
No,
that's not good.
If they have gender dysphoria, I believe they should get help.
That's what they're doing. And be part of that help. Be part of the society that says, hey, we got your back. If you want to be called this so that you don't feel like fucking suicidal, that's cool. I can do that.
My sister has severe bipolar disorder, but I don't enable her when she has bipolar.
This is not enabling. There's two different things. You can't conflate them, right? The actual treatment prescribed towards people with gender dysphoria is to give them gender affirming care.
So to just play along that if they think they're female, make them a female.
Yes.
Well, I disagree with that.
It's just the science. That's what it says. For the best outcomes, that's what you got to do.
Gender dysphoria means you're thinking you're another gender when you're not.
It's not true.
Well,
that's not true. That's a very silly version of it.
DSM-5, right? There's a mental illness.
It's not. It's a condition. It's a condition, right? Do you ever get depressed?
It's in the DSM-5, right?
Yes. So is depression.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a mental illness if you're depressed?
Well, with mental illness, there's medications that can help you. With gender dysphoria, I don't think there's any medications.
Yes, there absolutely is. Puberty blockers.
Well,
all sorts
Well,
of
you
stuff.
want again enforce the gender dysphoria. That's what you think is a cure for it.
It's not a think. It's the medical community just says this, right? You can say it's icky and you don't like it. It's like me saying, listen, your wife has heart disease. Maybe I'm just like some weird, person from some island that's never seen science before. And I'm fucking jumping between a doctor and your wife because he's taking a scalpel to her. He's going to do surgery. And I would be like, this is fucking stupid. Why would you cut her to help her? This is how stupid you sound.
Let's not insult. I didn't.
No, I'm sorry. I have to say it sounds stupid.
I'm being polite and respectful.
It sounds stupid. I'm not saying you are stupid. You are saying things that sound stupid.
You just said that shows how stupid you are. Now I just.
That's how stupid you sound. Yes.
I know I'm getting under your skin a little bit, but.
Do you not see what I'm saying though?
No, I disagree with it because I think gender dysphoria therapy is probably the cure.
They already did that. We tried this. We already have the science on that, bud. Keep up.
But enforcing gender dysphoria by giving them puberty blockers and just making, you're a female, if you're a male who wants to be a female, okay, be a female. You'll be happy. Sorry, I don't buy that.
You don't buy it? We have the science though. This says it's true.
I mean, then why is the suicide rate still so high?
It goes down significantly when you start doing the things I'm saying.
I disagree. I think
you can't just disagree. That's what it is. That's what the science is. What do you mean you disagree? You just think it's icky?
Rate has increased.
I'm sorry?
Suicide rate has increased.
No. Every time we have the science that says that when we do these things, suicide rate goes down. In fact, it goes down by like 50%. Just having one person that believes you, that is friends with you and can console you. And you're just adding to their distress because you can't be bothered. You just can't be bothered.
I mean, it's like, the bathrooms, women, don't want a biological male coming into their bathroom or locker rooms.
They usually never know, but sure, you can be transphobic if you want.
I mean, they will know when they're.
They used to not want black people in their bathrooms. Was that right?
They will know when they start taking a shower and they see a penis.
Yeah, usually these people don't try to go around flashing their bits.
Well, it's kind of hard when you're in the shower with naked women, and you're.
It's not hard. I was in the locker room for years and years in middle school and high school. Never showed someone my dick. Didn't have to.
Don't they see it when they're in? Because the showers are communal, right? So you're seeing everybody's junk, right? Unless you're blind. Right?
I mean, or these people are already insecure as it is, and probably just don't want to go around showing everyone their business. Maybe they want to keep it themselves.
Women.
How do you feel about lesbians being in the locker room with women? Don't they actually want to do those things?
That's a good point you brought up. Yeah, because if the lesbians want to start making moves on the straight females, that could be problematic.
Why aren't you guys crying about this? Have you ever looked at the data and seen what the actual rates are that people do get assaulted in the bathroom and who does the assaulting? Because I got news for you. It's the trans people who get assaulted. You're 4 times more likely to be assaulted as a trans person in a bathroom, not the other way around.
Yeah, because people are afraid that, if you have a biological male in a woman's bathroom.
That's not what's happening. They're saying you want hot blonde trans women coming into the men's restroom where drunk dudes get ideas when they see hot blonde trans people.
That happens, sure. I'm sure that happens.
Yeah.
The other way around, too.
No, we don't have any. And in fact, what you're wanting is you want trans men to go into women's locker rooms and women's restrooms looking even bigger and bulkier and manlier and more facial hair than me. You want those people in bathrooms with women.
I mean, it's the hard thing. I'm seeing more and more when I go to public places now, they have all gender restrooms. So that might be
there's entire countries with this, and they're already past this. We're 40 years behind. You guys are still trying to chew on this. We're so far past it. It's insane. We're talking about it right now.
Again, it's the type. There's been a lot of lawsuits that they say the all gender bathroom. That's discrimination.
Okay, but there's entire countries where they have this, and there's no the SA rates are not as high as us. We're just extremely we mostly all fetishize this stuff and make it worse.
Well, I mean, it's Like I said, if I was in the locker room, I mean, I'm male, so if a naked woman comes in there and she's trans, I'm not going to get upset about it. But that's, I'm not trying to be flippant by saying that. But I can understand women would be very uncomfortable when a trans woman with a biological male comes into their locker room and starts taking a shower. I'm sorry, they feel uncomfortable.
They have no reason to. I'm sorry, but yeah, there might be some bigoted women out there that say this and they feel weird. But have you ever seen the inside of a women's bathroom? It's fucking individual stalls. They get your own stall. You pee and you poop. You come out and you share a sink. It's not a big deal.
Showers are communal.
Yeah, it honestly, it's not even that common anymore.
Showers aren't communal in women's locker rooms anymore?
I don't know in middle school and high school, but we can change that without fucking demonizing trans people, right? We can just, instead of removing them from both situations, because they are almost out of options, instead of just saying that they're mentally ill and saying all this shit that you're saying, we could be way more graceful about this, because you're causing collateral damage. You're causing collateral damage by saying these things so cavalierly and so grossly about them.
No, it's more like, who has more rights? The women not to be exposed to that, or the trans people to be
I'm going to start with the trans people and giving them whatever they need, because they're the historically oppressed people, and they're literally the topic of conversation in every one of these fucking lives all day, every day, and they don't do anything to us. They're just trying to shit.
Well, I mean, it's a tough situation because the schools don't have the money to have separate locker rooms. I mean, they could do things like they can use the locker room when women aren't there or something. But again, that's part of the not being accepted type thing, which
yeah, separate but equal thing. Yeah, literally, there are no crimes, there's no problems you can actually point to where things are coming and arising out of this. You just have politicians bringing it up and convincing you it's worth your time. It's nothing. There's nothing coming up. There's no representation in the crime. They did like 2 things last year, and if they represent 1% of our population, doing 2 essays is not on my radar. I am totally fine.
I think if you go to any college campus and then go ask to pick 20.
And this is your feelings you're about to give me.
Straight women.
This is your feelings you're about to give me. No data.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm challenging you if you want to try it.
Sure. Just look at my comments. Every single one of them say they don't give a fuck.
But no, I don't think so. I disagree. I think if you ask 20 women who are straight and they want a trans male, a trans woman who's a biological male, to shower with them in their locker room, I would say a vast majority would say, no, I don't want that.
That's just your feelings. It's just you guessing.
So what do you think the answer would be? 50%?
I would say women are empathetic, and the majority, maybe even 70%, maybe 80% would just say, I don't care.
Yeah. Again, agree to disagree on that one.
Because the likelihood, like, have you ever seen a woman behave around maybe even just a gay person? They feel safe around men who are not trying to, like, if they're in the women's locker room, I don't think they're there trying to score points. They're not there trying to hit on you.
I'm not saying that's like, what if I was a male and I claim to be a trans woman and I just walk into a woman's locker room, but I'm not a trans woman. And I just want to take a shower.
Then it's that's actually usually what the case is. It's usually cis men, people like you, doing all of the crime. So if anything, we should just give all white men their own separate bathrooms, and everybody would be safe.
I like you because you stick to your guns. I really respect that. I brought up like facts and you just like say, just debate me on it and just say I'm full of crap and things like that.
What facts have you brought up?
I'm just telling you things about the gender, the kids that being told at 5 or 6 years old that if you
I gave you the facts on that. The science on that is that kids understand gender as early as 5, man. That's what the science says.
Why is it that you have to be 18? Well, not in some states, the age of consent is lower. But why is it that you have to be 18 years old to join the military or have a beer or go vote? Why is that age so big. Why can't 5 or 6 year olds vote in elections? Why can't 5 or 6 year olds go out
So
and buy
the
some
difference here is that these 5 or 6 year olds are getting help with the joint effort of their parent and a doctor and a therapist and a psychologist, like all of this team of people over the course of years and years, making decisions for the best of these children. They're not just bringing them to the doctor and self-diagnosing and getting gender dysphoria pills.
The kids don't have the capability to understand it.
They absolutely, for the same reason we let kids get knee surgery. Like, do they truly understand the repercussions of getting knee surgery? Do you know what the regret rate is of knee surgery? They're going to deal with that for the rest of their lives. And what you're doing is you're trying to play interference with people who get like a temporary, like, I don't know, a lot of the times it's just painting your nails and changing your pronouns. But sometimes we give puberty blockers. And I think over the course of like the last like 5 years, there's only been 900 kids that got puberty blockers. In 350 million people, I can't even believe we're even talking about this. We have a population that is more adjacent to you, that is far more harmful to children. We have the whole fucking Jehovah's Witness movement that is literally just letting children die with the absence of modern medicine.
Well, first of all, you said 350 million people. 350 million, there aren't 350 million kids in this country.
Yeah, but out of a population, this is what you're focusing on, 900 kids out of a $350 million population. The well-being of these 900
You can't use
kids.
350. You got to use the amount of kids that are in this country. So at least 50% of that, probably not even 50%, maybe 30% of that. But even though it's still 900 out of 100 million, let's say. But I don't even know if that 900, because there's a lot of stuff is not reported. I just watch, I watch YouTube videos, and I remember one. There was a parent at a school board meeting. He was really upset because the teachers were telling his son that if you feel like you're a girl, you should explore it. And if your parents are rejecting that, you should go get a lawyer and fight it. And if you want to have puberty blockers, or if you want to have gender transformation surgery at 5 or 6 years old, you should be allowed to.
Sure, that sounds a little extreme, but that's not what's happening over the country. And it feels like you guys are doing national movements for small, isolated incidents of very small fringe people. While you guys absolutely are indoctrinating children. Actually, you guys are actually doing this with law, which I think actually requires national or federal attention.
I think that if a kid at 18 years old thinks he wants to be a trans person,
I don't think you should have any say. I think you should just keep do your own thing, right?
After 18, they're an adult. They can make the decision, and whatever. I'm not against it.
I think that a lot of these kids will just die before that, so that's a very bad idea.
It's criminal.
A lot of the kids will just literally kill themselves before they get to 18, so that's a bad idea.
I don't think so. I think if they
Well, we have the math on it, so it's not you don't think so. It's they do. They just fucking kill themselves.
Well, I'd like to see a statistic on that.
You just told me that why is their unaliving rate so high? You admitted it.
Adults, not children.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like teens and adults.
I literally live in a house where 2 people in my proximity have tried to unalive themselves, both part of that community. Both part of my community. One of them 20.
Okay. It's over 18.
What is the
how many let's do I'm hard to get my pad and my phone, but are you able to do Google AI? Ask how many 5 or 6 year olds committed suicide in the United States in the past year.
Anybody under 18, that's what I'm going to do.
No, not under 18, because teens.
That's what your rule is, right? Anybody over 18 is who gets treatment. So if you have to wait till 18 to get treatment, we're going to look at how many people die before that.
You said 5 or 6 year old kids are committing suicide. You said that.
No, I said yes, they are, but you're looking for the caricature of my statement. I'm telling you that your rule for waiting until you're 18 to get all this help will kill children, and I'm going to prove it to you. A review of a youth with gender dysphoria found that 30% had reported at least one suicide attempt. So you just want at least a third of these people just keep doing this.
How old are they?
Under 18.
a lot of teens. Ask the statistic how many teens just commit suicide in the past year.
A 2018 study noted that 51% of transgender male adolescents reported at least one suicide attempt, at least half.
But how many teens commit suicide?
Do you only care about 5 or 6 year olds?
Well, I brought it up because I think that's wrong what they're doing with 5 or 6 year olds.
What are they doing with 5 or 6 year olds?
Told you like 5 times already.
That they're just saying, hey, I'm sure you're also mischaracterizing what they're saying. But if we just teach kids, hey, there's male and female, and there's boy and girl, and gender's a social construct, and it's kind of whatever. And then there's people like this that exist. And if you see one, don't be weirded out. These are just regular people. It's as easy as that. It's as easy as that. It's much easier to explain than explaining how Christians think that they're doing telepathy by speaking into their hands and closing their eyes. I think it's much more understandable than that.
Sex education. I wasn't taught sex education. I'm an old guy. I wasn't taught to sex education until I was a teenager, because I had.
And that's very bad. We've seen the outcomes of this.
Well, I had the ability to have sex at that age, because a 5-year-old kid doesn't know what sex is, or doesn't have.
You're speaking into a very bad territory for me. Okay. I am a victim of SA, and I am also things happened at that age for me.
Yeah.
And if you guys got your grubby dick beaters off of all of these laws and let us fucking teach kids good touch, bad touch, literally, I think it's 36% of these kids who are victims of mostly their family members would know how to say, no, that's not okay. Or come to school and say, hey, my uncle did no touch. Like, they don't know how to do this. And in red states, it happens even more. That's why we have all the evidence where you guys fetishize teaching kids the basics. They're victims now. They're all victims.
You're diverting to what I said. Bad touch, good touch. Parents can teach that to kids. Don't talk to strangers.
They don't.
If somebody touches you, I'm talking about, again, I'll repeat it for the umpteenth time. A teacher will go up to a 5 or 6 year old kid and say, you're a male, you're a boy. Do you feel like you're a girl?
Nobody's doing this. This is a very weird story that never happened. And nobody is teaching or instructing people to do this. This is not a widespread thing. Nobody's doing this.
Video of the school board meeting
of a guy giving his own secondhand hearsay testimony from his child.
So the guy's a liar, right? He's a fool. It didn't happen. Right?
It's not. It's probably some true. I'm sure there's some truth. I'm sure, but I'm sure he gave a very redneck, dumb, fucking low IQ version of what his kid relayed to him already, which was already dumb and low IQ because he's a kid. I'm sure it's great testimony, bro. I'm sure it's happening all over the United States, so much so that we need to stomp it out with radical violence.
Well, I don't know if it's happening all over the United States, but I think one case of that is way too many.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Absolutely not. You guys are teaching. You guys are actually fucking little kids in churches. When do we get to stomp y'all out?
Well, first of all, I'm Jewish. So
okay, I'm sure it happens there too.
Yeah, I'm Jewish people. There's pedophiles all over the place.
Yeah.
Catholic Church is notorious.
Yeah. So, yeah. Do we get to stomp them all out, or we look at cases and we say, oh, that's an isolated incident?
Well, my belief is with pedophiles, you should chemically castrate.
All right. Well, yeah, that's very Jewish or Jesus-like of you.
Some people believe they should get the death penalty, but
okay, great.
You can debate that all day long too.
Cool.
But no, again, I mean, the thing with, when I saw the YouTube video of the guy at the school board meeting, it affected me. And I don't have any kids.
It's called propaganda. So what you got to do is you got to say, well, there's probably a few 100,000 schools in the United States, and that's only one of them. And nobody's that, not all of them are that crazy. So yeah, we don't need to go burn everything down. We're good.
Because you can tell, college campuses, some of the professors, very left-wing professors on terms of wokeness and things like that. So where did they get their wokeness from? They got it from their elementary school education, things like that.
Now, it's usually just from reading. History and facts usually have a left-wing bias, and when you read history so much so, and you see a certain party perpetuating those harmful things in history, you tend to lean the other way. So, yes, more educated people do lean left. Yes.
I mean, it's more. I think it's from their parents and their family.
No, it's from education. If you're liberal, if you are educated, you are 70% likely to be left leaning. It's education. It's not parents.
I was a Democrat up until I voted for Obama the first time, and then after his term, I saw what he was. And
What was he?
Faker, phony.
But he delivered on his promises. The economy spoke for itself.
Let me clarify. I'm Jewish. I'm a Zionist, and you're probably going to say that explains everything. But Israel is very important to me, and the reason Israel is very important to me because my father was a Holocaust survivor, and he had nightmares up till the day he died of his family being unalived, and he suffered tremendously. And he told me stories of the pogroms and things like that that happened to him in Russia and Poland, and I sympathize with that. And then Israel became important because Israel is the homeland of Jewish people. We didn't have a place to go to. Like I always say, if Israel existed in 1938, 6 million Jews wouldn't have been unalived. Israel is very important to me. And I saw what Obama did to Israel. And I said to myself, this guy is an anti-Semite and doesn't like Jews. And whatever you can say, he just didn't want to see the
that's wild.
unalived.
That's
whatever.
wild.
We can go there.
Okay.
And that's when I changed my views. I went to the Republican Party, which is big.
Yeah, where all the Nazis are. That's where to go.
Well, again, you're saying the Nazis.
Yeah, there's Nazis on your side.
Why would a son of a Holocaust survivor support a Nazi? I mean,
I don't know, man. There's a lot of people who don't make sense on this panel. They come up here all the time.
Right, do you believe everybody who's right wing is a white supremacist Nazi?
No, but I think it's not a deal breaker to be on that side. That's bad enough for me.
Well, I mean, I don't think you should label people Nazis when you don't.
When they carry Nazi flags.
Again, how many Republicans are carrying Nazi flags?
Plenty.
I mean,
They're almost every Trump rally has at least one Nazi flag.
Well, yeah, and every Democrat rally has an Antifa guy and a
Antifa's just I mean, your grandfather was saved by Antifa, right?
By Antifa.
Your dad?
He was saved? No, my dad was actually saved by a Japanese diplomat named Juni Sugihara.
Was he against fascism? Were they against fascism?
My father?
The people who saved him?
The guy who saved him, you can look him up. His name is Chihune Sugihara, Chiune Sugihara. He was basically modern day samurai. He believed that he was like for the underdog. And so he saw that he knew that the Jews would be unalived. So he tried to save them out of the goodness of his heart because he didn't want to see them unalived.
Good. He was probably against fascism. He was probably Antifa.
Oh, he was a samurai.
Yeah, he's probably Antifa.
Samurais aren't Antifa.
I think the whole world generally is Antifa until you're fascist. Nah. I mean, I know you guys are on the brink of fascism. The right is, Trump's rhetoric is inherently fascist. He is a fascist. You are voting for a fascist. You're voting on the side where the Nazis are at your rallies. I don't think you can just hold an Israeli flag and say, well, nah, but it's true. You're there. And you're sitting over here othering other people, watching Trump put people into places like Alligator Alcatraz. He's seeing them using demonizing rhetoric, saying that they're vermin, like Hitler said, saying that they're poisoning the blood of the country. You're sitting here behind him saying that, and the movement that is ejecting millions of people from our country. And it's just not at all ironic to you at all. And it's hilarious.
I mean, you got to ask yourself, why did so many people vote for Trump in this country?
Because they like Trump fascist rhetoric.
So 70, how many votes do you think Trump got actually?
Can you believe that fascism is a movement that spreads like wildfire? Because that's what it is.
I think people who dislike right-wing policies just yell fascism.
Yeah,
like
well, that's a nice cope, but it's when you're actually doing the fascist playbook and doing all of the fascist tenets, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I don't know what to say anymore when fascism actually gets here and we can't say it because Trump has made it illegal. I don't know what to do.
if you want to demonize somebody, you know, really get them, just call him a Nazi. I mean,
No, I call it what it is. I call him fascist. He's an actual fascist. If you want me to be, like inaccurate so that you could feel better about it, then sure. But I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. And when I say Trump is a fascist, I literally mean he is a fascist. I literally mean that.
Let's talk about. Can you give me your definition of fascism?
Yeah, it's ultra-paleogenic nationalism.
Okay, and that there's somebody. I had a debate with somebody about fascism. He brought up this 14 points of fascism.
Yeah,
by
we can do it again if you want.
And I read it.
Uh-huh.
And you know, I was thinking, who is this guy that wrote this type thing? But we were talking about AH. You know, I'm talking the mustache guy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people say he's a fascist, but do you know the word Nazi? Do you know what that stands for? It's National Socialist, right?
Yeah, I know. This is where it gets tricky for some people, and nuance comes into play. So, his first thing to do was he stomped out all of the socialists, and his regime was in charge of stomping out all leftists. So while they hid under the guise of socialists, they were not socialist.
But some of his policies were socialist.
Sure. But he was a far-right ultra-nationalist who intertwined religion with the government. He controlled the mass media. There was rampant sexism. He had supremacy of the military, where they had military parades. They absolutely had to have peace through power, just like Trump. Identification of enemies and scapegoats. We can talk about Nancy Pelosi, Hunter Biden, immigrants, just like Jews. Obsession with national security. Again, immigrants. We're spending $140 billion on ICE right now, which is fucking stupid because there's almost no thing that we can point to that's worth $140 billion in reversing our immigration. Corporate power is protected. Trump is fucking legs wide open. Money shot with inside of a Hustler magazine for any corporation with $1 billion that wants to come and do business in the United States. He will cut all the red tape for them. He is bending a knee to any corporation that wants to come do that. Labor power suppressed. That's an easy one. Trump hates unions. Disdain for intellectuals in the arts. Trump has literally gone to the Smithsonian and has removed things antithetical to his version of history. And I could just ask you right now, would you ever be willing to go get a degree in gender studies or anything like that? And you just finished telling me that college professors have a liberal bias, so you do have a disdain for at least college. Obsession with crime and punishment, lock her up. You guys want to make sure everybody who has the equivalent of a speeding ticket to be chased down like they're fucking mass murderers. Rampant cronyism and corruption. I mean, it speaks for itself. Trump has pardoned dozens of people in his inner circle. He breaks the law, holding hands with the richest people on earth every day. Fraudulent elections. I don't even have to go into that. All of them. Attacking Portland. He is now, we've got a military state in multiple cities now. Like, what else? What does fascism look like if it's not this?
Well, I mean, if you look at the history about demonizing people, sending 6 million people to gas chambers, has that happened?
That's not fascism.
That's not fascism?
That is not in anyone's list for a requirement for fascism, bub.
Who was the architect of the final solution?
I don't know. Did it start with gassing people?
Did you know about
Did it start with gassing people? If people knew what fascism looked like before the gas chambers, should they have called it out? Or do we have to wait for the gas chambers?
It wasn't just Jews. It was
gay people. It was socialist. It was they burned down all of the gay stuff. Like, you've been programmed already. You're ready to be done with it.
But I mean, a lot of people who have your argument will say, well, the gas chambers will come later.
No, I don't even care if there's gas chambers or not. Fascism is not. You do not have to have mass unalivings for fascism.
But you're saying that's going to lead to that.
No, I'm not. That is the dumbest straw man ever.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, I think we still have the freedoms that we have, the You know,
Yeah.
I'll
Can I say I'm Antifa on social media right now, considering what Trump just did?
naming Antifa a terrorist group. Yeah.
Yeah, can I do that?
I mean, I don't know what the penalties are for that.
They would be a marker for terrorist groups, so I could possibly be investigated and jailed without due process.
Well, I don't know about due process.
Yeah, actually, without due process. A terrorist, you can send them to Guantanamo Bay.
They'd have to have proof that you're a
Yeah, I'm sure Trump loves due process. You're right.
I mean, there's no innocent people in Guantanamo Bay?
We don't know, do we?
A lot of the guys who planned 9/11 are in Guantanamo Bay still.
Yeah, again, Trump doesn't like due process. You're not going to start convincing me that he's going to follow the law here.
Well, he's been sued so many times and he's won a lot of court cases.
He's lost a lot too.
Policies.
Y'all don't care about the ones he loses. You say it's unfair when he loses.
He lost that one with that woman who
Eugene Carroll?
Yeah, couldn't claim that she was, but she couldn't remember the day or what
Yeah,
you know.
and this is where very victim blaming, gross rhetoric comes from. This is how Trump has poisoned our country. This is how someone's poisoned blood. We got all of y'all victim blaming Eugene Carroll, 300 something 50.
She was writing a book at the time, which I'm sure that trial helped sales. You know, sure, why not?
Sure. I'm sure Trump is not using presidency to boost sales for shoes and cologne and all that.
Then when he called her a liar and things like that, she sued him for libel and won that one too.
Yeah.
So
it's almost as if he did it. It's almost as if like grab him by the pussy wasn't just locker room talk.
I mean, you know, Bill Clinton getting BJ's in the Oval Office.
Consensual.
Yeah, consensual. Oh, okay, so a married guy getting from a 21-year-old intern subordinate. I would say that's definite.
The power dynamic is not great, but again, she was like 24.
I think she was 21 at the time.
21. Again,
Whatever, 21, 24.
Matt Gate, like you guys have people touching 17-year-old girls in your party. It's not a deal breaker.
Well, no, but I mean, I'll give you an example. I had a kid I was visiting a parent's house, and the kid was caught lying. This was during Bill Clinton's thing. And the father was really upset because he didn't really like his kid to be a liar. And he said, "Why you lie?" And he said, "Well, Bill Clinton can lie. Why can't I?"
But Trump lies now, and Trump says he can grab by the pussy, and Trump is now a felon. So Trump is by far, using your school of logic, the worst thing a kid could see growing up, becoming president. A liar, a sexual abuser, somebody who is a jackass and gets his way through brute force and through treating people like shit.
I mean,
and cheating on all three of his wives.
You gotta agree that all politicians lie, right?
No, Trump's like a 13 out of 10. I don't know. What's Joe Biden's worst lie?
Did Biden never lie?
What's his worst lie?
Biden?
Yeah, what's his worst lie? That he came out and said something that's just completely false, just to serve his own needs.
I'm more cynical. I believe all politicians lie.
All right. Well, you have to be vague. You have to blur like everything for this to be the same, but it's not. Trump just 2 weeks ago said tariffs are still paid for by foreign countries. The tax that he's imposed on the biggest economy in the world, he's lying about the nature of how it works, and that's how he got elected. He also lied about acetaminophen, and it's ties to like that has repercussions. People are going to start being paranoid. He's going to get sued, I'm sure, to the ground by Tylenol.
I mean, he brought up a point that was interesting about that acetaminophen with Tylenol with autism. But he did bring up something that was interesting. I did a little research on it. You hear him mention Cuba.
Cuba has autism.
Yeah, but
I looked it up live when he was saying it.
Lowest autism rates, like in the
because.
world.
Yeah, it's just because of it's not what you think. It's not because of Tylenol. Again, these are he has. Again, this is the lie. You can point to Cuba, but if you just look at the science, we've actually done all of the science, and it's not there. So that's what he's doing. He's making us fight over this. He's a liar. I think us wasting our time and dividing our households and our society because of the things he says all the time, I think is worse.
Well, I mean, I don't know. My thing is Israel. And that's my main thing. Israel's like the most important thing to me, and he's been great for Israel compared to other presidents. I mean, Obama. One of the things that I was really mad at Obama. He passed 30 days before he left office. He passed that UN resolution. The United States always voted in the Security Council for Israel, either abstained or whatever. But they voted for that resolution declaring the settlements illegal. And that was the first time that in America just stuck a knife in Israel back. And that was like the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
I think we need to dip all the way out of Israel. I think we just need to not support them at all anymore.
Well, sorry you feel that way. I mean, it's money. If you're talking about money, a lot of people bring up that we give Israel $4 billion a year. We also give Egypt $3 billion a year too. So if we're gonna get out of Israel, we should get out of Egypt too. But
I'm down, but Israel's a troublemaker, and they keep fucking with their neighbors, and they keep pulling us into fights, and they're corrupt, and their government is corrupt, and they're committing a genocide. And I think we should be able to call that out without weird, highly spiritual, superstitious people making the whole nation suffer at the arms of your religious beliefs.
well, I mean, it's. Are you familiar with Jewish history for the past 2,000 years? You want to talk about Israel? Are you familiar with Jewish history the past 2,000 years?
Not really, but I'm also not religious.
Okay, well, it has nothing to do with religion. I mean, people.
Doesn't your Zionism have a holy claim to your land?
No, what my definition of Zionism is the right of the Jews to have self-determination in their ancient and historical homeland. That's my definition of Zionism.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Do you know what the word pogrom means?
No.
Okay, look it up. Pogrom is like in Russia in the 19th century. The Tsarist regime didn't like the Jews because the Jews tend to side with the Bolsheviks and the communists. So they decided to do pogroms, which are basically they go into a town that has a big Jewish population and unalive a bunch. They rape the women. They are use TikTok verbiage. Essay the women. Burn their homes, loot their homes, murder, unalive their men, and just to teach them a lesson. And that was going on for 1,000 years. In 1492, Spanish Inquisition, they forced converted Jews. We have a tendency not to do well when we're a minority in a host country.
Do you
That's
think
why
that's an
Israel is
excuse
important.
for unaliving an entire population, though?
Who says we're unaliving an entire population?
Do you not know about Palestinians?
Yeah, what's the number of how many Palestinians have been unalived in Gaza? What number do you have?
Are you for real? Have you not seen what it looks
Well,
like there now? There is no
I'm asking you
Palestine
a
left.
question. What's the number? How many? Okay, let's do the basics. How many Palestinians live in Gaza? How many?
Oh my God. Is this before or after Israel bombed them to the ground? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
I don't actually care.
Okay, I'll answer it for you since you refuse.
You can go ahead and you can base your
2 million.
opinions on your feelings
2
again,
million.
but
2 million
you never
Palestinians
answered my
lived
direct
in Gaza.
question. You never answered my direct question. As a fellow Jewish person, do you think it is acceptable that we, as Jewish people, and let me get this abundantly clear, this is not a Jewish problem. This is an Israeli government problem. Yes, there are a lot of Jewish Israelis who believe this shit as well that you believe, but it is not a worldwide Jewish problem. So let's just be fucking clear about that. Secondly, you never answered my question about whether or not.
Tell me again and I'll answer it because I'm happy to answer your question.
I'm sure you are. My question was, just because the Jews have been persecuted throughout the last 2,000 years or whatever, is that justification for obliterating an entire other population of people so you can have a claim to the land that they were already living on?
First of all, nobody's obliterating an entire population.
Girly, be for real.
Okay, so there's 2 million Palestinians lived in Gaza, and there's about 2.5 million who live in the so-called West Bank.
So why are we skirting around my question?
And no, you're saying obliterate entire people. I'm telling you how many people there
It's a
are.
justification. You were using
I'm
the
telling you
persecution
how
of
many.
Jewish people.
I'm telling
Is
you
that
how
a
many
justification for
people
doing
there
what Israel is
are.
doing to Palestine? I
And
don't give a shit. I didn't ask for
the
numbers.
latest number of unalived Palestinians in Gaza is 65,000.
I don't care about
Out of
numbers.
2 million.
I do not care.
So
Can you tell that I don't care?
How can that be obliterating an entire people?
5,000 is more than we lost in Vietnam. In 2 years, the destruction Israel has done on Gaza is obscene.
Brian, I thought you were happy to answer my question, and you still have yet to do so.
I just answered your question.
You did
because
not.
Your premise is we're obliterating an entire people.
My entire question. You need to God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth. That should be a clue as to listen more and talk
You
less.
said.
I
why
asked
is
you
obliterating
why?
an entire people.
No, you weren't listening. That's not what I asked you. That's not
what
what I
you
asked you at all.
said.
That is not what I asked you.
So
I
why
need
don't you
you to
rephrase
listen.
the question?
I need you to listen.
Why don't you ask the question
Are
why
you ready,
is
Brian?
it justified for Israel to
Are you
unalive
ready?
65,000 Palestinians?
Are you ready,
Let's
Brian?
ask it that way.
Are we
Okay.
ready to listen?
If you ask the question properly, I will.
Oh, so you want me to rephrase my question in a way that doesn't actually answer what I'm getting at?
Obliterate entire
I'm not going
people.
to do that. I'm not going to do that for you, Brian.
Don't use the wording obliterate entire people because you're
Oh
wrong.
no, I will absolutely use that because that is accurate. And whether or not you want to believe it, that
Not
is
accurate.
something you can,
It's not accurate.
sort out on your own time.
And you're full of crap by saying that's accurate.
Oh no,
There are so many New York.
I'll tell you what obliterating an entire people is. 6 million Jews
Brian,
died
do you
in
still want
India.
to answer my question?
Proportionally, it's the same thing, Brian, and
No,
it's
it's not the same
obscene. You don't see it.
It's not the same thing.
Bernaldo,
It is.
my love, will you like to answer my question now?
In a war, if you ever put on the
They're
uniform,
not at war. They're not
at
fighting
war.
back.
They're
They
at
don't
war.
have arms.
They're not
You're
at-
wrong. It's
They don't
not a
have
war.
arms?
It's a full-blown attack.
They don't have arms?
One day I will get my question
What
answered.
planet do you guys live on?
One day I will. I wish this for me.
Hamas doesn't have arms?
I mean, they're digging up pipes to make things.
No, they smuggle in through the Philadelphia quarter from Egypt.
I'm gonna assume that Brian does think it's justification for
He does.
genocide. Okay,
He does.
I'm just gonna assume that.
I think the number is 65,000 Palestinians.
I think you don't want to answer my question. Why don't you answer my question
65,000.
indirectly? So, all right, well, we can move on.
65,000 Palestinians have been unalive. That seems to be
If you
the
think
truth.
it's justification, then that I'm not surprised.
And I'm saying, where does that number
You are a
come from?
Zionist, so
Where does that number come from? From the Hamas Health Ministry, from the
it
Gaza
comes
Health,
from your little brain, Brian.
Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas.
I
And
bet
they
it
don't
is.
neglect to mention out of those 65,000, how many were T-men?
Oh, for
You're such a
God's
silly
sake.
goose,
How many of those
Brian. I can't take anything you say
65,000 were
seriously
T-men?
because you can't actually hold a coherent conversation. So,
No, you don't. You want to use obliterate an entire people. And I'm
You're
just
so hung
premise.
up. You're so hung up on one word
Well,
that I justifiably used that you cannot actually get to the point. You
So
can't.
why don't you phrase the question without using
Why
the word
don't you
obliterating?
stop talking for 5 seconds so I can ask you a
Okay,
question
go ahead.
again?
Go ahead.
Jesus. Oh, fucking Christ. Like, I cannot.
Will you ask the question already instead of
What
going
you
on?
doing, Brian? You flapping your gums?
Go ask the
Thanks.
question, please.
Okay.
I'm being quiet.
Thank God. Do you think, because you said you were very adamant about educating the class on what has happened to the Jewish people over the last 2,000 years, all of the persecution, et cetera, do you think all of that persecution justifies what Israel is doing to Palestinians currently?
After October 7th, Israel has a right to defend itself.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess we already knew that.
That's my answer.
And so how many people need to die for each person that died on October 7th?
Is there a number, Brian? Do you have a number?
What is it, 10x? 1,000x?
So have you guys ever put on a uniform and fought in a war?
No, we're not going to go there and pivot.
Brian,
We really
have
aren't.
you?
Pivoting. I mean, you have no clue what it is to fight a war.
Had you, Brian?
Yeah.
In Israel, right?
What did you serve? I'm sure
I have a
you did. You
military
serve
family.
IDF?
I have a military family.
Oh, but Brian, that's not you serving. That's a military
And
family.
my family died in the '67 war.
Okay,
Yom Kippur
so
war.
Brian, you didn't serve. Your family
No,
did.
but I consoled the widow of the
Oh,
Okay.
come on.
husband.
So
You're
now we're dealing with
tokenizing.
stolen valor.
Yeah,
Oop.
that was
Oops,
stolen
Brian.
valor.
That's
So,
yucky.
so when
Brian,
you
that
fight
was
a
weak,
war,
bro. That was weak.
do you concede that when you fight a war, innocent people die?
It's
Oop, oop,
not
oop.
a war.
It's not
It
a
is
war.
not a war.
Okay.
They do not have a standing army. War has definitions.
So
And
what,
right
what,
now,
what,
it's
what's
mostly women and children that
what's
you are starving.
what's Hamas?
And you are going to make an entire generation even angrier. You have no idea what the ramifications are of this. And the Holocaust does not justify this action. It
Nope.
simply doesn't.
I'm not
Absolutely not.
justifying because the Jews are persecuted. I'm justifying Israel has a right to
You
defend itself.
you
You
have
literally just
mentioned
said that you
pogroms.
did.
You've mentioned programs and you've mentioned the
It-
Holocaust
yeah,
several times.
because
You said Israel has the
people
right to
have
defend itself
tried
after
to
what happened on
unalive
October
Jews
7th.
for the
Lena, thank you so much for the kick. It's Lena LINAH.
Lena, thank you so very much.
She said
You know,
when the ladies are done with him, kick.
you know what I wanted to bring up real quick? I want to go back to gender women. I think you know I've had a career in cybersecurity. And I remember my boss coming to me, and this was in 2008, and saying that they had this amazing candidate that was going to work in the SOC with a whole bunch of guys. Back then, it weren't many women. But they had a little issue. On paper, this person was amazing, but they were transgender. And would I, as a hiring manager, have any issue since I ran the consulting division. So, this person would be dealing with clients face to face, 2008. And I said, I just think you should hire the most qualified person. And the fact that they're transgender should play no role in that decision. And then they hired this person and they were great. She was great. But they made her use a public bathroom, 2 floors down, not on our floor, because they were worried about us women. And finally, all of us got together, me and a whole bunch of other women in HR and in, account management. And we went to the CEO and said, you got to change this. She shouldn't go downstairs. She can use our bathroom.
That's awesome.
This is 2008.
Did they change it?
Oh yeah, she was in and out of the bathroom. She was one of the girls.
Love that. Love that.
And I just don't understand. They're people, right? And so this is how many years ago? Almost 17 years ago now. So they've always been a part of us. They are mentioned in the Bible. Jesus believed there were 6 genders. That's what Judaism believes. And he was a Jew, a Jewish rabbi. He knew the laws. So if he wanted to change it, he could have. He didn't. So I think it's so important that we I know it's personal stories, but these are people who do great work or don't do great work. It has nothing to do with their gender. So as far as Israel's concerned, it's brutal to see what is happening in Gaza, and to turn our face away from it we just can't do that anymore. I will drop down. I just wanted to kind of bring a little bit of positivity that there are people out there that have an ability to make an impact, a positive one, on someone's life by just treating them humanely.
Just be nice.
Just be a person.
Fuck. It's so sad we have to argue about that.
Well, and the wild thing is that if Brian ever actually deigned to learn anything outside of his own feelings, he would learn that actually it's cishet men who have the majority of the beef about trans women existing in public. It's not women.
Yeah.
And you know why?
Yeah.
They're so worried they're going to find I'm from New York City, and there are some beautiful women here to trans women. And there are many times they're scared to death if a straight guy shows any interest in them. And that's their nightmare. They're going to find themselves attracted to somebody they find out is transgender. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's
They're
their
so
own
afraid.
perversity.
Yeah, there's so much that needs to be unpacked with a lot of cishet men internally, that the 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 thought of ever actually getting to know trans, like, they're missing out. There's such a beautiful, diverse world
Yes.
when it comes to queer and trans individuals, and getting to be that myself. But though not knowing that for a long time, I came out very late. My God, experiencing trans joy is it's it's euphoric. It's beautiful, and there's so many people in this world who don't understand that, they don't know that, and they're afraid of it.
Right. And why are we focusing on this when we have a country in crisis, with military in our streets, with a speech yesterday Trump gave, with Vance lying with the White House, logo sign behind him? We have far more important and critical issues that we should just start treating people as people and keep our minds out of what goes on between them, their family, and their doctors. And that applies to any kind of government intervention. We're seeing that.
Yeah, I truly believe that the last, I don't even know how long time, industrial age, I would imagine, the effort to promote individualism within this country, which has, made it very easy to pick apart community. And we need to get back to having communities, being there for one another, standing together against forces that are here to take us down and hurt us. Even if it's something that is happening, like to trans people, there's a lot of laws that are being passed and used against us. If you are not trans, stand with us. Like, even if it does, what your actions are doing doesn't benefit you personally, stand with your neighbors, check in on people, check in on anybody in your community who could use a little extra help.
And just
I
treat
know,
people the way you would want to be treated.
right? It's kindergarten.
It's
It's
so
the golden
simple.
rule. It's so easy. And
The dolls are the best of us. So
the
true.
dolls are the best of us. I do see people saying that, I do, and I thank everybody who does check on, queer friends and family. And anybody, again, it's not just, it's queer folk, it's BIPOC individuals, it's anybody at this point. We're all exhausted, we're all worn out, we're all, horribly, waiting for the next shoe to drop these days. So yes, focus on building your own communities and being a shoulder for each other, because it uplifts everybody. There's no downside at all.
Okay. I'm going to drop. It's a pleasure being on the panel with you. Thank you for letting me come up, Pickles. You are amazing. We are talking over at RTP here live too, and they were shocked about how tall you were. So there was a little fun gossip, nothing bad, nothing naughty
Love that.
about you. It was cute. So I think Jay felt a little intimidated, to be honest, which was kind of funny. I almost was like, if he doesn't have a debate, he should come over and say, I hear you're talking about me. So thank you for letting me up. I will disconnect myself, and I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all both. Love y'all.
Thanks for letting me dunk on Brian for a while. He's annoying. I don't like him.
Anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Cloud, for coming up. All right, y'all. Y'all, I think it's time to game. The flotilla is getting close. Flotilla trapped. Whoa. Here's the track reel. thought Israeli ships are in the way. So we've got some intercepted, some sailing. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. They got boarded last night by IDF. That's why they sent 47 strong. Love that. What is this? Are these major events? Whoa. Is this yesterday? Attack on flotilla intercepted. No. September 9th. September 8th. Greta was detained again. Israel were water bombing them. Jesus Christ. Well, y'all. That sure is a boat. That right there is a boat. What is the tracker for? Flotilla. For the boats going to Gaza? Alright, y'all. I think it's time. It's 12:30. It's time for some fucking Final Fantasy. So get ready. We are going to partake in a little bit of farming tonight and a little bit of story progress. So tune in. It's going to be on dark_pickles. Dark Pickles. It's my alt account. It's also in the link tree in my bio. But we are going to go play. Let's fucking rage chat. I will see y'all there. Bye.